Today's show, you're going to be able to ask me anything. And the reason for this show is because there are so many people that want me to talk about so many things, okay? So shows like this are very necessary. It catches me up because I can go over a bunch of different topics at one time that's near and dear to you guys' heart. And we don't got to feel like we ignored anyone's concerns or whatever, what have you. Now, before we start, as always, let me give a big shout out to my channel members. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. We got to show some love to those channel members. And we want to let you guys know that we appreciate you for being channel members. And to everyone that sent in cash apps from last night's show, if you didn't want me to read them, you should put "don't read" next to those. But I just want to say shout out to Jamal Hurd, Kev Stick, Sterling Lewis. Don't want to miss nobody. I'm very careful about reading cash apps because it was really my anonymous donate way. I really appreciate the cash apps too because I get those right away. Speaking of cash apps, if you don't know my cash app, it's $ Bro Sanchez TV. That's right! Send some love in. We appreciate that. But everyone that sends in cash apps and don't want them read, just put "don't read." Give a shout out to Smoke the God and Gerald Broden and Mike Mackin, Andre Dunning, to my sister Katrina B. Adams, Tracy Wilkie. In a lot of these cash apps, people will have topics that they want me to discuss. So since I got the chat cash app already open, we're going to deal with those topics. Now, let's first of all give a warm welcome to Wise Humble One for becoming a member of this channel and being a benevolent bishop. For some reason, okay, the brother just made rank. That's why YouTube does that. Okay. So, Wise Humble One, you moved up in rank, I see. And that YouTube acknowledges that. I think I just learned something new. Let's give a shout out to That Away Man. What the hell is going on with Infact? I didn't know Infact was back. Are you kidding me? Let me look this up and we'll go over it. You know, I've been covering Infact for a long time with the fella Grandmaster J, whatever his name. Infact, let's see if there's any new news on him. I haven't heard of them in a while, man. But we'll look up any new news on them and we'll go over it right here with your voice.
Victory.
We going over it right here. Thanks, That Away Man. And somebody sent the cash app in. They said NASA versus the Bible documentary is fire. Appreciate the love. I'm going to do a poll on that because I went outside of my normal element. Did y'all notice that? How many of y'all saw the documentary? I got another documentary out that you ain't paying attention to now. You sleeping on it. I'm going to show it to you in a minute. Let me put a poll out on here, man. I want to know what my people think about that because that's way out of my... And I'm going to go over that in a minute. I'm doing so much. But we're going to get it done. Let's go ahead. NASA versus, what was that at? There we go. Sun Tzu, thank you so much. The NASA versus Bible documentary. Did you like it? Let's put that out. Put a lot of work into that. The people liked it. Chris Edwards, thank you, sir, man. You guys are awesome. Appreciate that. Thank y'all for the super chats, Tori and Howard. Thank you, sir. Is Lil Baby wrong for promoting violence? Yeah. I mean, it's not no deep answer there. If we know better, we do better. Young artists coming up in these streets, you can kind of excuse it and say these is a young, stubborn little live wire. They fire got to burn down a little bit. They got to get bumped on the head a bit. But it's always wrong to promote violence because in hip hop, we only promote it to our own people. You got to understand, man, hip hop is what it has become today. Violence sells, drama sells, death sells, killing sells, conflict, beef, murder, war. Unfortunately. And we've been bred this way. This is part of social engineering. If the people in power want to get rich and divide and conquer at the same time, we will buy into a lot of the self-destructive material that fuel our situation as a people. That's right. Speaking of documentaries, while y'all vote on that one, I meant to tell you what make that documentary special is because I went out of my element. I decided to literally be a preacher. So, and it turned out really good. Let me show y'all what they're talking about. Sometime you got to do something different. Now, that don't mean I got to keep doing this all the time. But for this particular series, it worked. It was an idea. And I kept down myself because I was like, I need a rap beat behind me. And I got to be, excuse me, hold up. You know, me, I'm just always in my little Bro Sanchez swagger with my little rap music behind me. And I said, for this one, man, I really want to hit home with Christians and with, like, I really want to address the church. And then I got that genius idea to actually preach and teach. I normally beat and teach. I normally do a beat and teach. Yeah, I did a preach and teach. So I did a preach and teach. And I said, I'm not putting rap music behind this. I'm going to put some old cathedral. Listen. When they go to telling us stuff that's going to happen to the earth and it ain't God doing it, you know what Christians all around the world ought to do? They ought to bust out laughing. And when the world say, man, why are all you Christians laughing? Why are we scared as hell? The Christians ought to say, our God has not given us a spirit of fear. And I should have put a that's right, but it would have messed it up. Like all of them random that's rights with that sad music, that would have been kind of out of place. It would have really looked like a comedy and a parody then. So I didn't put that's right, but I really wanted to put some that's, you know, oh man. But I said, are you doing too much? But look, almost 2,000 thumbs up, and we had it to 30,000 views because Sanchez decided to step out of his comfort zone. Yeah, I'm dropping a bomb, boy. What you talking about, son? Son? Right. So I'm going to start experimenting with just more than just rap music, you know, behind my stuff. That's right. Because that cinematic music, it made it feel very big. Like it made it more, in my opinion, than what it was, you know. You feel me? And I was just thinking to myself, if I want to reach new people, I got to do new stuff. A lot of Christians came to Flat Earth because of this video. Why did I hit the laugh button? That's supposed to be the cheer button. Arsidio stuff, baby. W's. All right. Oh, we in the Cash App right now. Let's go to the next one. So appreciate that. And then somebody said, have I broke down Leonard Peltier? Leonard Peltier? You guys be putting me on. It'd be hard to review some of this stuff because I'm learning it as I go. I can, like, y'all be on it. That's why I like these streams, because you're gonna Indigenous leader Leonard Peltier released after nearly 50 years in prison. I don't know much about this guy. How about y'all? Maybe somebody will call in. So if you're listening to the show right now, I'm going to open up the phone lines. That'll be at the end of the show. Write down any topic or anything you hear that I wasn't able to really speak on because I didn't know much about it. And if you know something about it, you come on up. And that's what I love about this channel, because everybody know I don't know everything, but there's so many smart people that follow me that oftentimes a lot of stuff that I haven't researched, it's a good chance somebody out there they'll call in and be like, bro, I got you. Boom. That's right. So maybe that'll happen. Let me give a big shout out to Chris Edwards once again. It's Yad Man. Oh, that's my brother Yad Man for sure, man. Hey, appreciate the love. I feel it. I feel you. Let me just say to the person who asking me about Leonard Peltier, Tracy, I'm gonna look into it. Have I broke down his release meaning? I haven't. And I don't know if there's a meaning to it. I never heard of him, but I'm going to move on. We got to talk about Donald Trump's AI video, y'all. We're going to review that today. Like and share the video. We're going to review Donald Trump's AI video of the Gaza Strip or whatever. Everyone's talking about that. Gerald Broden said, your video was GOAT. I don't know which one you talking about. I've put out 2 documentaries. They both is like top notch. Shout out to Gerald. Jamal Heard said, I want you to research. Okay. He want me to research the telepathy tapes. Okay, Jamal, the telepathy tapes. And that's the last one from Cash App, and we'll hop over. I put a post out in the community tab, and I told people to put whatever they want me to type in that, whatever they want me to, topics they want me to talk about today, to put them in that post. So I'm going to open that up, and that'll be a lot of our reviews from there. So once again, shout out to Chris Edwards. Thank you, bro. And let me promote some things before we go to the next one. Check out my NASA vs. the Bible documentary. Also, another documentary you need to check out. Seriously. Go to my other channel. It's called Sit Down with Sanchez. And that channel is growing. I'm making scripted documentaries over here. This is Sanchez Scripted. And one of my first documentaries here, I think you guys will love this.
Behind closed doors.
This is a documentary about how the industry fake beef to make money. And it's deeper than you think. It's very deep. It's called conflict marketing. It goes into psychological programming. It's going to talk about how it affects us. So I have been covering the Drake versus Kendrick, but I got tired of just covering it because it's a popular topic and because I'm a hip hop head. I wanted to teach and I wanted to go deep, so I got on my hip hop Illuminati type stuff. And this is a great documentary, eye candy that's gonna blow you away. We can just hit play on it and give you a sneak peek if you haven't checked it out.
I got a call from a certain rapper. I won't say from who, but it's like a lyricist. I'm sure y'all know him if I say his name. He shot me a text. He's like, hit me, you gonna...
Well, it's just the intro opening up with a couple clips about fake. If you don't understand how they use fake beef to drive sales, and it results in a lot of these artists to a lot of these artists' detriment, because you need to understand beef marketing, or what I call conflict marketing, right? So that is a thing. And it's not just in hip hop, it is something that the industry does. If you never heard of it, if you just think it's another video about, oh man, it's fake, the beef fake, you're wrong. This goes into one of the greatest tricks of the industry. And it's going to really blow you away. So check it out. Like I said, the eye candy on this one is there. I just can't fake it. I'm different. I'm him.
I think you should like go back to.
It tells the off. They wanted to work it out. Commentators and so yeah, just skipping through it a little bit to give you a little bit of sneak peeks. Go to Sit Down with Sanchez and follow my playlist called Sanchez Scripted. Well, I will be updating that playlist regularly with new edited documentaries about hip hop, the Illuminati, the music industry, and all of that good stuff. And you know I'm going to keep the Flat Earth documentaries coming on this channel, as well as other topics. JS, thank you so much for the support. Please beat and teach the slave ship narrative. Oh, man. Oh, man, you really? I mean, that one is so easy to debunk, though, because it's like, we're talking, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do that one with ChatGPT. We're going to compare the slave ship to the Titanic. Because the Titanic was built in a way that was supposed to be indestructible by some of the richest men in the world, yet it failed because it hit an iceberg. Now, these slave ship was built with wood and nails. And they had to be on rough waters longer than the Titanic's voyage. We're talking months. And these wooden ships that was put together with nails and hammer, and they was selling to America with a sail, wind, relying on the wind. And they had more cargo than doggone some of our modern ships today. And you got to account for how much water they would need per slave. That'll weigh that wooden ship down now when them nails got to hold that together, man. This ain't like your house. Your house is held together with wood and nails, but guess what? It ain't being pounded on every second by rough ocean waves. Your house ain't in motion over a medium called the ocean. So imagine how sturdy your house would be. And keep in mind, if you look at the houses they were building during slavery and compare that to the ships they would have been riding in, buddy, let me tell you something. You probably had a better chance of swimming if you want to go with their narrative. Have you ever seen a slave shack? Let me share something with you. Y'all got to really open up your mind. Have you ever saw the slave master's house? Let me show you something. This is the style of housing. Hold up. Listen here. This the style of architecture we was dealing with in the Old South. I'm so sorry. Let me drink something real quick. It's such baloney. Check it out, right? This would have been the slave master house. Something like this ain't no slave living in that. Something like this probably would have been for massa. And a slave, probably would have been, more into some, maybe like that. They're like the projects. Now, if you think about this right here, and you compare it to brick projects today in the hood, what changed? What changed? Now, here go. Watch this. Now, here go your projects of today. Right? Here go your plantations. Okay, you see the thing there. Anthony on TV, thank you for the donation. Bro, what happened to all of your past live streams? I took them down, and I'll be uploading them back over time with the cussing off and with the smoking off. Be on the lookout for that. That will be an entire new playlist that I create, and it's gonna be called Bro Sanchez Reloaded, or maybe Bro Sanchez Re-Uploads. Something simple. Bro Sanchez Classic Re-Uploads. I'm gonna re-upload all of those streams. I gotta clean them up though. Now check out the slave master's house. Ask yourself, was the slave master able to build on the level of the Titanic? Let's look at the Wild Wild West. Because the Wild Wild West, it shows us the latest architecture in America. So I'm being nice because I'm saying, let's go further in time and give him a little leeway when he got his game up a little bit, right? So look, you look at the Wild Wild West architecture, shabby little town. You got to really ask yourself this, right? The people who was riding around on dirt roads, horse and carriage, do you think they was able to build a ship that can carry thousands of slaves with, I'm talking about so many gallons of water that I'm gonna have to get in Chat GPT and weigh up, if you want to keep all them slaves alive, how much water supply you're gonna need? It's ridiculous. Wood and nails is what they put their boat together with, people. We got ships that's sinking every day, and they are made of metal, and they're made of steel, and they got boats holding them together. The Titanic, for example, it hit a piece of ice. They say what they say. That's a whole nother story. But you're not telling me that the people that was riding around in horse and carriage on dirt roads made ships that allowed them to do what we read about during the transatlantic slave trade. Now, let's talk about something else. Because just the technology wasn't capable to accomplish the feats that we're being told. For one thing, let me show you something else. If you want to find pictures of the transatlantic slave trade ships, images, you know, all that good stuff, you will only find cartoons. You feel me? Check it out. You won't find real photos. Now, here's the kicker. They had cameras during this time.
Oh, my God.
You understand? They had cameras during this time. They had cameras during the time of the transatlantic slave trade. But they never captured one single real photo of the slaves on the ships. But they captured real photos of the slaves picking cotton on American soil. Think about that. Think about that. They got real images of the slaves picking cotton, lashes on their back, lynchings that go all the way back to 1700s, man. Real photos. And it was taken with these old cameras in the 1700s. But they don't have a real picture of them bringing us over on the ship. They got drawings and cartoons. And the slaves of this land are telling you, we didn't come over on ships. Think about what I'm telling you. In the South, which is where slavery started at, and that's where I'm from, all of my ancestors, they'll tell you we didn't come from Africa and our blood don't trace back to those transit. They lied about that. They forged our history and made us immigrants when we are the indigenous people of this land. And that's why you can't find real photos of us coming over on ships, but you can find real photos of us already on picking conflict. Think about that. Why wouldn't you take pictures of me on the ship, but you will wait till I get off the ship when you start beating me and enslaving me on this land? Now you're taking pictures. And the people who telling you they didn't come over on ships, this is most proof that they're not lying. Now, they can't find real pictures of the slaves coming over on ships, but let me show you something, though, what we can find real pictures of. Let me show you something. You'll never find real photos of black indigenous people coming to America on ships packed like sardines. But guess what you will find? You'll find several real photos of small hats coming over here, just like they said we was coming over here.
Oh my God!
You got to think about this. The people that saying you came over here on a slave ship only came with that theory a few years ago. In other words, guys, listen to what I'm telling you, because you're being played. During the time of the transatlantic slave trade, no one was recording it.
Oh my God!
During the time of the transatlantic slave trade, you can't show me the headlines and news stories that was documenting white people, white country rednecks on wooden ships who are Christians, going way to West Africa and coming back with thousands of slaves per ship. You won't find those headlines. The only headlines you will find is real immigrants who now run our country giving us their story. They got a movie called Trading Places, man. It's so crazy that I'm thinking about that now. But they give us these images, right, of us, right, being packed like sardines on these ships, and it's their history. They're giving you these are Jewish refugees that came and usurped our government because they came over here with Operation Paperclip technology that was gonna see the technology that these guys had. They didn't come over with nothing but the clothes on their back and technology that they stole from the dude with the crazy mustache. And that technology brought them so much power and leverage with American government, because the technology that H-Man had was gonna allow him to monopolize TV and broadcasting. The TV was invented in Germany. The major broadcasting systems and platforms, Germany would be, think about this. Everybody in the world copies off Americans. You know why? Because we dominate the media outlets. Whoever controls the media, the gateway to the minds, the hearts of the children, of the adults, they got the key to program the entire world. And that's what the Jews have had. And they found the way to turn their media into big money by canceling people. They've been doing it for years. Witch hunts. They have the power to snap their finger. These Jews, before they took over TV, radio, they took over printing presses, Gutenberg, all them. So whatever it got to do with broadcasting and getting your word out to everybody, they always been at the top of that. And that's very important. That's why they run the world. Back in the day, they was using this same power of the press to have witches burned at the stake. They can have entire towns turn against a person. And you don't really got to be a witch. It's just a word they can use to cancel you, like science denier or non-believer, right? They've used this to make everybody trust them, but not trust each other, divide and conquer. That's how they use their tool of media. And that's why everywhere they go, you know it's a matter of time before everything changes in your system of government and in your country. That's right. I'm not making this up. When they said we didn't land on Plymouth Rock landed on us. And people, this is what Plymouth Rock looked like. Think about what I'm telling you. You wasn't wearing suits and ties and walking with canes and all that. You started to adopt the culture of immigrants. And it's happening right now in Africa. Watch this. In Africa, people say we from Africa, we got to go back to the motherland. When you go to Africa, they been colonized with Judaism and Islam. What are you talking about? That's right. And you really want to go deep with it? They was colonized before the indigenous FBA Americans. We the last one to be colonized. These people been on a world conquest for thousands of years, and the black people in America are the most recent big colonization project that happened on a massive scale. You just got colonized, black people, and they want you to think we've been colonized the longest. No, the Africans have. They was invaded first. They'll even tell you Christianity come from Africa. So we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. This culture landed on us with their Judaism and their Islam and all of their pagan gods. And now we walking around dressing like leprechauns saying, "Where's me shillings?" We didn't care about money and all that and dressing with corporate attire, with suits and ties. These people, even when they are refugees being abandoned from their country, they still look good, don't it? Everybody got makeup on, their hair done. This is the culture. They brought this over here, their way of beauty, their beauty industry. They own all the hip hop labels. People think we created hip hop. No, we didn't. When these people came to America, we was doing tribal music with flutes and big bongos and stuff. It wasn't anything like what we would call hip hop today. Hip hop is an electronic music form that you cannot make without turntables, microphones, and equipment that's made by Jews. And electronic music is the first form of like microwave dinners when it comes to music and entertainment. It was the first steps to making us fall and getting into this synthetic music industry that we're in now. But look at these people. If you looked at them, you wouldn't even know that they refugees. Got perfume on, cologne on. You would think that man's successful. And that man is an immigrant refugee crawling on his knees to get to America. And they'll never let you know how low they are, how broke they are. They know how to play the game of Monopoly and poker, which is to put on your poker face. Because how are you going to take over a country's economic system and you broke? You can't be acting broke when you get to this new land. You got to be fly. Look at the bags they holding. I'm telling you now, we was not on this stuff, y'all. We adopted this from them. And we've been sucking up the Israel and the small hats ever since. We love their culture. If you want to understand what American culture is, it's Judaism. If you want the truth. That's right. It's just the truth. You're in Israel. Stop calling it America. I'm tired of y'all. These the people that usurp your government. When these people came over here, ever since they came, our government stopped operating for the real people, American people. And everything they've been doing is catered toward this one group over everybody. And this group of people came over here telling black people that they came over here on ships, y'all.
Oh, my God.
Come on now, dog.
Come on, man.
These people came over here, and this is what they sold black people through their media outlets. We know who controlled the media. The people who gave us the cartoons when they know that they live the reality. Look at this. And they traded places with you. And they became the most important thing and America's priority when it comes to a group of people. But before them, guess who was? FBA. Now watch this. If you look at how this ship is packed, it's letting you know that these guys are lying to you. 6,000 people at a time on these ships, man. You know how many people stuffed on that one? Do you understand the harsh conditions on this ship? It would have been similar to what they was trying to paint with the transatlantic slave trade. Imagine when the women is on their menstrual cycle. The men are griping. The women arguing because when one menstrual cycle kick on, the other one kick on. Seasickness. The seasickness. Because when you on this ship, people gonna vomit, be sick, seasick. Think about it. You got this many people on a ship. How many restrooms is on there?
Oh my God.
How many restrooms? People, don't you know flies was probably following this ship? I bet you fly. Drop a one if you think flies was following this ship. Drop a one if you think flies was following this ship. Let me explain something to you, y'all. Sharks was following this ship. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a prison-like politics structure on this ship where weak men would get thrown overboard with their family for challenging the ones that's higher up in the rank. Because these some treacherous people. You know that pilgrim on your oatmeal box? He ain't as old as you think. That pilgrim on your oatmeal box just came over here a few years ago. That's right. And when he came over here, he told you that you just came over here in the same conditions that his ass came over here. Let's talk about it. Can you imagine the conditions on this ship? Little babies crying, Pampers need to be changing. How are we gonna all be comfortable at night when it's time to go to sleep? Man, they pack these ships so tight that I bet you the process of coming over here on these ships was probably just as worse as what they was going through in their land. You know, just very, very, very extreme conditions on this ship. The heat, the weather, the cold, ain't like no ACs and all that like you're in some luxury environment. And they put so many, they stuffed these ships more than the capacity because it was so many refugees fleeing that these ships weren't designed to hold that. They stuffed these things. So can you imagine a ship like that, right? Where you got 6,000 people now, and I'm telling you, it ain't that many restrooms on board. So I'm telling you, people probably is peeing overboard, pooping on the deck. Ain't like janitors coming around like, we're here to clean up. And, you know, where is food service, water service? Bro, how do you even serve this many people on a ship in these conditions? How do we pass the food around and make sure everybody get, like, this was just chaos. It was chaos. And they turned around and they gave black people this story.
Oh my God.
When if this was really us coming over on the ships, you would have photos just like you got of the other people, because we can show you real photos of all these other groups coming over here on ships packed like sardines as far as back as all the way as the 1700s. But when you say, show me the ships of foundation of black Americans, of black people coming over here on slave ships, it's cartoons, which is why I like the term FBA, but some fishy about Tariq Nasheed. That's right. because Tariq Nasheed pushes FBA, but he still says that we came over on the slave ships from the transatlantic slave trade. If that's something that ruffles your feathers, call in when I open up the line, and that's roast his butt a new one. That's right. Help me check this nonsense. You got a lot of people in power who should know better, so they should do better. Tariq know better. He should know that the people who telling him black folks came over here on slave ships are liars. Why do he want to trust the liars now when it comes to history, when all of Hidden Colors is about the fact that they lied about our history? That's right. And nothing about our history includes the out of Africa theory. That's their theory. And theories ain't history. That's right. You mind if I say that again? Theories ain't history. That's right. Theories ain't history. Because a person's history ain't nobody else's theory. My historical records in my family, how is that my theory? How my family history another nigga's theory? How you know me? You don't know me. How you qualified to tell the world more about me than me? That's right. And when you tell the world about me, it's your theory. But when I tell the world about me, it's my historical family facts. That's right. You won't do that to nobody else on the earth. Everybody else, you let them tell you who they are. You don't walk up to them telling them who they is. That's right. That's disrespectful. What if I met one of y'all and I didn't try to get to know you? I just told you who the hell you was, and if you tried to say you wouldn't that, I embarrassed you with my media outlets and say you're not educated. You didn't learn history. You didn't get your little education. You didn't do what we told you to do and answer the answer that we gave you in class. You didn't get the answer right and be a little good boy. Let's go to the next point, man. I got to save some of this energy for everybody's topic. Let's spread this fire around. Somebody hit that like and share button for your boy. Let's get them likes up. We got too many people, but too little likes. Shout out to Chris Edwards. Birds of a feather flock together. Shout out to Brent Math. Appreciate y'all. Let's go to the next point. We got a lot of stuff to go over. Let's open up the YouTube post because that's what I told people to put their comment in so I can so that they can tell me what they wanted me to discuss, because so many people was emailing me. Now let's go to this post. See what we got. And before we do that, let me grab me something to drink, man, and let me play y'all a little song. Just real quick. I ain't going nowhere. I'm just finna step right here to the fridge. Instead of playing a song, I forgot. Let me share my sister's channel. Her name is Resonating Truths. I'm calling it her channel, but in my mind, this is one of my second homes. Like, what she does is so awesome. She take my long streams and she turns them into these little short clips. And she has a gift of capturing all of the good stuff. Like, all of these clips are worth a watch. And a lot of them, I be forgetting that I even said it. I actually go to this channel to to see what I said. You know what I'm saying? I say so much. So these streams are very long, and she takes them, she turns them into nice little daggers that's more digestible to people who don't maybe want to watch a 4-hour stream. Okay, so check out Resonating Truths. Salutes to her. And just to give you an idea of what she do, I'm going to play one little short clip of hers to show y'all what she's doing over there. And then we will proceed with all of your topics and concerns. And we're going to be opening up that call lines just like I promised. I don't know which one I'm going to play. I'm just going to any one of them. You are the light of the universe. Let's listen. The concept of the damn man is why all of the ancient gods were depicted blue, because blue is the beam or the light frequency bandwidth that they use in holography. And I don't know why, but this is just what I've seen all over the scientific world. I always see them use blue light for holograms. So right now, even if I put in holographic city, they're all blue. Everything's blue. They say that we live in a blue earth. It's the fact that the light of the simulation is blue. But within all colors is all colors, and you can't have one without them all. So within the simulation, we see more than just blue. But did you know that the color blue is one of the rarest colors in nature? I'm gonna say that again because I'm going somewhere with this. The color blue is the rarest color in nature, meaning when it comes to organic things like a blueberry, a bluebird. We normally see blue in the sky and in the ocean, but to see blue in nature is a rarity. And that is something because it's saying that one of the laws to this simulation is that whatever the color of light is that's projecting this thing, it will be just as we experience the color blue, which is a vibration. You know what I'm saying? I don't know the whole science to this, so I'm just kind of giving you general stuff and you can run with it. But one thing is for sure is that all of these ancient deities, they are blue. And just like the Statue of Liberty and just like baby Krishna there with the 7 spikes, just like the Statue of Liberty. And down here in the bottom right corner, we have a guy by the name of Osiris. And the name Osiris is the word Horus. You just switching the R with the S. When you move the S to the back, you see what they doing there, just like Asa. If I take the name Asa and I take the S and replace it with the R, you get auras. So these gods were representing the light body, which why they was anointed with light, because they was representing an aura. Our body it's called a flesh for a reason. It's a source of light. This is like saying, can a candle flame see its own aura? No. If you were a flame of fire, would you know that you're lighting up a whole room? Just like you don't know that you're lighting up a whole universe. And when you withdraw your light from the simulation, it looks just like the shell that it is. When each one of us enter this thing, we bring it to life. We fill in the clear spots. The Bible says that we are the light of creation. And what the Bible means is that the saints, it was talking about the saints. Now, let me show you something. The saints is where you get the word sentient from. They say saint, but today the word saint would be the word sentient. It's a sentient being. Not everyone on earth is a sentient being because not everyone have a light within or what we call a soul. You got man and mankind. Mankind don't have a soul. They are non-player characters that always existed in the simulation, like in the Matrix movie. We are fallen angels. This ain't even our home. We're the saints or the sentients. And the Bible refers to us as the light of the world, the light of creation, because just like Morpheus told Neo in the Matrix, they're using our light source to create the holographic simulation. So where do they get the light from to create this simulation that we call Earth? Because it's just a light-based hologram. They are using the light of our aura and shaping it into this construct. They're using the light of sentient beings because the dark powers of this world mastered how to bend light, shape light, and all of that. And that became what we call Saturn, which is the black hole. And I'll show you that now. Watch this. The black hole is the flat earth. They don't want to tell you the reason that they call us fallen angels is because we fell into a black hole. It's called Earth. All of the ancients taught this. When you fell into the black hole, your memory was deleted about your godhood and who you were as an angel in heaven. Because when your brain started to form, it was basically a new mind with a new blank slate for you to create new memories in this new version of you. But our Earth is a big black hole. Now, and this right here is basically the flat Earth model. And they don't want to scare everybody and tell you you are a fallen angel that got sucked inside of a black hole. That's why they said fallen angel. It's called spaghettification. So if you ever wondered what it's like to be sucked into a black hole, it's a sperm cell going into an egg. You already did it, silly.
That's right.
You already did it. Now here is the flat Earth model right here. And you can see the many layers and that it shapes just like a black hole. Let's take a look. You see the black hole? You see the inertial plane? That's the flat Earth. And here go the firmament dome. And here is Sheol up under there. And time is just recycling in and around the whole construct, giving us what we call a holographic simulation. And they would call this the god Kronos or Saturn. I can show you pictures of this god personifying this cosmology in the form of his own body. Let's see if we can pull it up on the fly for you, so we don't gotta look all over the place and keep you waiting. See here, we might can pull him up on the fly real quick. You know, when I say stuff, I like to show it. I really like to show it. No worries now, people. Just understand that planet Saturn is where you're at. You ain't on Earth, man. Let me explain something to you, people. This is not Earth. It's a Earth-like planet that's mimicking Earth. Earth is our original reality that we left from. The people in power here are telling you that we're trying to develop the technology to leave Earth. They're lying. We're trying to reactivate the technology to get the hell back home. We already left Earth. This is not Earth. I know y'all gonna crucify me for that, but you're on Saturn. You're in Saturn right now. You're in a simulation that's like Earth, but it's not the real Earth. Just like the people that run this place ain't the real sentient beings. They are a non-player character that look like humans, but they don't have a soul. I want to go back to what I was saying about Saturn, the god of the Lord of the Rings. Look at him. You see him? That's Saturn. Here's Saturn. And Saturn is personifying. You see how he got one eye? You see the one eye? What is this around Saturn? This around Saturn is the zodiac wheel. Let me show you something about Saturn. I want you to pay attention to Saturn in that image. I'm gonna get ready to sync this to something else real quick and blow you away. Because people say, man, they worship Saturn. They worship Saturn. Don't be scared of Saturn. Please don't. Because let me show you something about Saturn here. You see that Saturn is basically spinning the sky around his waist. Saturn is hula hooping. Drop a 1 if y'all can dig. If Saturn is hula hooping right now. The concept of hula hooping, the word hula means halo. And when Jesus wearing the halo, Saturn wearing the ring, hula, halo, hula hoop. Saturn is not the original deity to show this concept. Let me show you some. This is Gembuta deities from all over the world. Okay? This the Dogon Kanunga. This is the Dogon Kanunga right here. You see what I'm saying? So this right here is also an old, look at this right here. Boom. Right? So Saturn is is one of the oldest deities in the universe. The Lord of the Rings, because this is the one that's hula hooping and making the sky turn around right now. And this Saturn is also Santa. So why do we sit on Santa's lap? Because if you look at where the earth is at, it will be on the lap of this deity. All right, here go the sun and moon right here above us that they're hula hooping with. The sun and moon right here. And beneath that, we're sitting on top of this thing right here with the North Pole in the middle, which is what? The base of the spinal cord, the root chakra. So your soul is in its own root chakra. When they say the Kundalini got to rise up, that was turned into Christ rising up. Moses said that the serpent will be lifted up. Let me teach y'all something real quick. And that means every sentient being got to rise up out the simulation. What did they mean by lifting up the serpent? The whole concept of the serpent got to be lifted up. Just like the serpent must be lifted up, so is the Son of Man. The Son of Man was never the S-O-N. The Son is actually our pineal gland. Here go the Son of Man right here. You got your own inner son. Back in Gnostic days and biblical days, they called it the Son of Man. The S-U-N. Every man has his own inner son. Or this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. This right here is the Son of Man. And this is why Jesus is in between two thieves, because the Son of Man, or the pineal gland, is in between the left and right brain, which is the angel and the devil that's playing tug of war with it, trying to get it to do either or. It's pulling the energy from it on each side. So that's why it's thieves. Jesus in between the two thieves, he's turning his head left and right, talking to each one. That's the angel and devil on the shoulder. And when we make decisions, we always making them with the left and right brain, which is the instinctive mind and the intuitive mind. And these two are actually polarities. So listen, there are 7, I don't want to go too deep into this, but the North Pole is your sleeping macro body. It's like if you was dreaming and I walked up to you in a dream and you asked me, what is the earth? What is the sky? And I told you that the earth is your sleeping body, you would laugh at me. But if you woke up from the dream in your bed, you would say, dang, he was telling the truth. Like I was in my own other body. Like when you're dreaming, you like, I wonder, what is the universe? What's the sky? Ain't nothing up there. The reason it's dark is because your eyes is closed in another universe. Death is nothing but an awakening, like from a dream. So let me just slow down with this. This is the concept of ancient spiritual systems, Gnosticism. This is the original concepts of what we are, what the earth is, and all of that stuff. I'm giving them to you here. But the Son of Man, when it talk about the serpent must be lifted up, today we say the Kundalini has to rise. Today we say, man, we got to raise our Kundalini up from the base of the spine. But back in the biblical days, it was taught that Jesus has to raise up from the earth realm. And the earth realm is the root chakra. Each of these chakras is a planet or a universe. And this is the original concept of the solar system. In the middle of this system is the real self, which is sleep, which is why you see all of the Buddhas sleep inside the tree, like what you see right here, the sleeping Buddha. That's like to say man awaken is God asleep. And when man go to sleep, God gonna wake. So each chakra is a gateway into an alternate reality, into an alternate version of the self. We travel to them when we dream. So it's 7 layers or 7 dreams that we must awaken from before we wake back up in our real base reality. And this concept of awakening through these 7 layers was called a stairway to heaven. So just remember that everyone was speaking about how the sentient beings leave the earth through out-of-body experiences. And that was turned into Jesus rising up and resurrecting on the cross. But just remember that the cross is your spirit, your Kundalini energy. Here it is right here. You see it, it looks like a cross right here. The Indians turned it into a totem pole. So this is not exclusive to Christianity. This was worldwide knowledge. And when they talk about the dove being released out the ark, when they talk about Noah releasing that dove out the ark, that's the mind being released from out the brain. That's the light inside the brain flying out and having an out about getting out the simulation. So it turned into Noah releasing a dove out the ark. But also it turned into the dove landing on the cross. Remember the dove that landed on the cross? That's an Indian concept. You see, everyone was teaching that. In Christianity, what they'll give you is this. They'll give you a dove at the top of a cross. You'll think that that's original and exclusive to Christianity. You won't know that you're looking at a Mesoamerican indigenous totem pole. And we taught them this. They whitewashed it, corrupted it, and gave it back to you in the form of Christianity when you don't know the truth about your own stuff and about leaving the earth, and that we are the Christ. We are the gods. We are the saints and the sentient beings that the whole world is waiting to wake up. The true will of the true God lives through us. The people are in power, able to manifest their will because we forgot that. So Satan's will prevail. Check this out, right? This right here became the Indian totem pole with the wings at the top and the spinal cord connected. It was to teach about the spine. Each of these little animals represent a different version of you. Like how you put it this way, I am a Sagittarius. So my animal is like a dude on a horse, I think. Everyone in here is a different animal dealing with the sky, the zodiac. And what this totem pole is saying, in each different universe, you got a different birth date. And this is just my theory from interpreting this stuff. It's another way of saying, you don't even got to say a different birth date. That each animal, because they say, well, your energy is because of your sky sign, your natal chart, how the sky was aligned when you was born. That's like a big factor to it of how this simulation altered your essence and turned you into you astrologically. And also that if there are alternate forms of you, maybe the sky wasn't exactly the same in every universe. So these different versions of you are the manifestations that would have been influenced by a different combination of astrological frequencies, making a different version of you. All the way up till you get to the top one, to where that one ain't influenced at all by any of the astrological frequencies because it is above the sky. And when you rise above the sky, the zodiac can't influence you. That's what I'm saying, because when people say that how the sky influences human energy, I believe it's possible to rise above the entire sky and nothing can influence your energy. You simply manifest as exactly what you are. The sky, and it interacts with us with a certain hypnotic effect, like hypnotism. And that's why it's turning around like you're being hypnotized. So you know that the word nautic is the word nautical, dealing with water. It also dealing with the god Neith, which is the goddess of night. And when you say hypnotic, here is a form of Nut or Neith, the sky goddess, in different cultures. And you can see that the night sky or the sky itself is created at her hip. So you're being hypnotized. And if you think about a woman hula hooping, like the little lamps, they give you these little lamps, but that Hawaiian lamp is just another form of the sky goddess. I'll break it down to you. These little lamps right here, they got the little hula dancer. But the reason they doing that is because the lamp above her head represent the firmament dome above Nut. The lamp above her head is the firmament dome, just like with the goddess Nut. And then when she's shaking her hips round and round, she's spinning the sky. This is cosmology in the form of a lamp. And this how you get that little goddess there. It was one of, we knew this. It was so common. It now exists right in front of us as mere spectacles and relics that people like me have to come and show you how significant it really was. So when we say hypnotic, it's because people knew that the hypnotic, the mesmerizing effect, the influential effect of the spiraling heaven affected our energies below. And so you look up these words and you realize like that, okay, the night goddess spun the sky around at her hip like a person hula hooping. And that go your word hypnotic with hip and this word dealing with night and water because this is part of the firmament concept, the waters above, waters below. We can get into all that, but you get it. And the reason I bring up the concept of the hip when we dealing with Saturn is because the baby is raised on the hip. When they say they call it a lap baby. So you raise a baby up from the hip like Santa. And that's the whole concept of the children on Santa's lap. It's because the earth realm is on the lap of the goddess. If you look at where the earth realm is at, it's right here. It will be what we call the lap area of the goddess. So the children are sitting on the lap of Santa and they're getting all of their gifts or their curses. That's what we're in. The whole thing about the gifts up under the tree, we are the gifts under the tree that's waiting to be unwrapped because you've been wrapped up in a false version of yourself. That's what the Taurus field is. So we are the real gifts under the tree. And this is all the Christ mass that we're experiencing. It's an initiation into the base reality. But here is why I say you the gifts under the tree. Our whole process here is to break this bubble that's around the sleeping giant. When Buddha is sleeping in the tree, this represents the real you that's at the North Pole. Okay? This is the real you that's at the North Pole. You can look at, see, this whole thing is waiting to release you like when Neo was inside of his little pod and when he bust out of his pod, he was out of the matrix. That's what this is. We think that this is life that we're experiencing, but this is death. They is teaching you backwards. They got y'all thinking that we're waiting to die and that we was born. When we came into this realm, we died. And actually, we're waiting to be born again, as Jesus said. But it wasn't a concept of being born again. The ancestors was telling people, this is not your birth, this is your death as a God. And what you're experiencing, all of the questions you're asking is based on limitations of God falling into the flesh, because before this, you didn't even have no questions. You knew everything. You was all knowing. So falling into this place was also God falling into ignorance of its own creation. Now, how does God create something? Think about this question. How does God create something, go inside of it, and forget it created it? I just told you how. You do it every time you fall asleep and you dreaming. When you fall asleep and you're dreaming, I can walk up to you in your dream and I can say, who created this world? And you'll say, I don't know. when you created this world, when you went to sleep. It's your dream. So the God basically fell into its own creation. God created this dream, and God wanted to experience the dream in totality. But to do that, God couldn't go into the dream as God. God had to reduce himself to one of the beings within this reality and be just a regular individual sentient being. So God reduced itself from the creator to the creation. Experience the other side. The price God paid was to be limited within its own creation. But the payoff is that when there's a rule in the universe, every God must master whatever they create. So whatever you create, you have to master and experience it. That's the initiation. It's like saying you're a chef, right? You created this new dish. You got to taste it first. You're a chef, right? You just created this new dish. You got to be the first one to taste it. So when we're creating, we're basically creating our own universes from a template universe, from a default template. And what we doing is basically having an experience where we're deciding what we like and don't like about reality, and that's programming our next manifestation. We don't know what we like and don't like until we experience this place. But check this out, right? Before I go too far, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up with this and move to the next one. The creator created this creation and wanted to experience it in totality, which means it had to experience it, what I call a blind initiation in ignorance. The creator can't walk on the beach and be in awe about the shoreline because it's the creator. You see what I'm saying? If the creator want to go into its own creation and experience it like one of the beings inside of the creation, then the creator got to forget that it created it. Ignorance is bliss, because it's almost to say that if the creator would come to the earth knowing that it created everything, it wouldn't have the same effect as it experienced it in totality as one of the beings within the creation. You see what I'm saying? It won't be able to experience the creation from the eyes of the human that it created if it's just there as God, you know. So when you're going into your own dream and you complaining about what you don't like about that world, you got to work on yourself because it's your dream. This was stuff that was taught at one point on earth that we lost. Let me move to the next level. So the reason we sit on Santa's lap and we tell Santa what we want is because that's the wish master. Satan is where we make our bargain with. In between lives, we sign spiritual contracts where we write out the best scenario for us to live out, for our soul to ascend to the highest level. And guess what? Everything you experience in your life is to get you there, no matter how good or bad it is. And it's like, that's how, now, so I believe everything we're experiencing, to some degree, we agreed to it. And that's why you see the children on Santa's lap telling them what they want, right? And if they be good, they get what they want. That means all of the stuff your soul desired that you wanted to manifest in this realm before you was even born, if you be good or be God, go within, be your best version, you will manifest your truest intent, your truest will that the soul wanted to manifest. So that's a whole nother stream. Like I said, I don't want to spend too much time on this. I've spent a lot of time on this. Let's go to the next one. Let me backtrack on something too. I told y'all we live in a black hole a minute ago. And I know that there's going to be a lot of people that push back on me, especially globe earthers. They're going to say, Sanchez, here you go with your pseudoscience and your flat earth again, talking about we live in a black hole, right? That's what they're going to say. Now watch this. I want to address that. Don't y'all know the globe earthers that disagree with me when I say we live in a black hole? Don't y'all know, right? Let me go to this. Don't y'all know that this is what their scientists teach too?
Oh my God!
Now listen, their scientists just started teaching this. Here go Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson said we living inside of a black hole. Here go another clip from a big science channel. We live inside a black hole. Are we living inside an enormous black hole? So science is now coming out saying we live inside of a black hole because they know that flat earth. Think about this, y'all. They came out not too long ago and said the moon was in earth atmosphere. They're basically teaching you that the earth flat while ridiculing it. They don't want you to know that our earth is the universe, just like the Hebrews said. Let me pull this back up again. They coming out now telling you the truth. Now here is the earth that the flat earthers been telling you about. Let me ask y'all a question. Why is the sky black? If you remove, think about it. What's behind the daytime sun aura? What's behind the daylight aura? Because daytime is just a big bubble in the darkness. You can get in a plane and fly above the daytime sky and you'll be back in darkness again.
That's right.
Why, when we look up, we see this big sea of jet black darkness? See, the Egyptians called that the goddess Nut. And guess what they said? They said that darkness was the bending of a black hole.
Oh my God!
So now these people is coming out now telling y'all we live inside of a black hole and y'all think they so smart and they telling you something new when flat earthers been trying to tell you that and you've been laughing at us. By the year 2050, it's going to be regular for people to show this model for what we live inside of, but y'all laughing at it now because they don't want y'all to get the truth until they ready for you to get the truth.
That's right.
They coming out now with the flat earth model. Ain't that something? Look at that. Once they start saying we live in a black hole, they ain't telling you we live on top of a ball no more.
That's right.
We now live inside of something, which is what the flat earthers been telling you, we're enclosed. What we live inside of is our construct, meaning that the earth is the universe, man. Look at what the Hebrews showing us here. Let's pull it up. The Hebrew said that this black hole is the entire universe, recycling all the galaxies and time around a singularity in the middle. And if you read this, there it is, the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe. The universe. The earth is just one line in the middle of the universe that's splitting it. Let's go back to the black hole. The earth is just this little plane, dielectric inertial plane in the middle. That's why Gab laying down. But Nut is this black hole that's bending around. That's the goddess Nut. And so why is the night sky black with all the stars in the sky following the pattern of energy recycling around the black hole? Huh? I can prove what I'm saying because the sky outside, all of the stars are rotating around a central point like the energy is rotating around this torus field here. This is what the sky is doing. So all of those lights in the sky are like ice cubes in a cup of water floating around, or fruit in a blender spinning around, right? And it ain't that. It's like when I stir the cup of water up, the ice cubes is going to be stirred too. I don't got to stir the cubes. I stir the water, and everything in the water will follow the pattern of my stirring. So this medium, what they call in the primordial waters, is represented by the goddess Nut. She is this black darkness that's bending right there. And they showed you the Hennessy commercial with the man breaking through the waters up there. See, listen, when your spirit leave the earth, you're going to do like the Hennessy commercial. You're going to ascend up to the heavens and bust through the waters up there. Let me show you something. Hennessy commercial is showing you the what happens to sentient beings when we leave a body, when we so-called die. It ain't death, it's ascension. You ain't even been born yet. Now watch this real quick. Let's play this. I'll risk a copyright strike for this one, and I'll cut this out later. People can watch it and pull it up on their own. This is what, listen, this is what you got to realize right here. When your soul leave the body, it's going to be a little white ball of light. Let me show it to you. This is what your soul look like, a little white ball. But once it leaves the body, it's going to develop a tail once it get in a trajectory in motion. Like it's going to look like a comet like this. Now, what this really is a sperm cell. As above, so below. What's playing out in the spiritual, playing out in your next lifetime. So listen, when this little ball right here leaves your body, it's going to shoot up to ascend up out of here to a higher heaven. Right? And when it does that, it's going to develop a tail in its motion upward. And what we're basically looking at is what they're calling a sperm cell headed toward its own portal to break its way up out of here like a rocket breaking through a wall. And so when the sperm hit the egg, they showing you the man crashing into the waters of a woman's fetal. This egg is the waters above, fam. Listen to me. The sperm crashing into the egg is that when your soul leave your body, there's a portal open above in the sky above for you. That portal is the egg of your mama in a whole nother reality, and she just giving birth to you there. And you're going to be born again. But this time, you're going to have a better life. And each time, it's going to get better and better until you're going to reach what the Hindu call the Sunam Bonam state, where you just living out your ultimate reality. So this commercial shows you a little white blimp. They don't want to show you a sperm cell. But this is like when a person die on the earth, they dig a hole for them and they drop their body in the ground. And that hole is no different than a person putting an impression in the middle of a trampoline. It's to lift you back up because everything is polarized in a black hole. Let me share some with you. This is a paradox. So when we die, we really live. And when we came here seeking life, we found death. So the ritual of death in this realm is to put you down so we can raise you up. That's the Hiram Abiff ritual. The Masons do it too. They hiding the truth in your face. Everything in this reality is a paradox. For you to jump up right now, you got to bend down first because you're in a paradox. That's the nature of a black hole. Because in a black hole, when you living on a dielectric inertial plane of a black hole, there are two truths. The lie is true and the truth is true. So you got the concept where if I tell a person that they're dead right now, that's the truth. If I tell a person that they're alive right now, that's the truth. If I tell a person they are a God right now, that's the truth. If I tell them that they're a human right now, that's the truth. If I tell a person you're a devil, that's the truth. If I tell them you're an angel, that's the truth. How can these opposites be true? Because you live in a paradoxical realm, which is the center of a black hole. Take a minute and let that sink in. If I say you are an instinctive creature, you would have to say that's true. If I say you are an intuitive creature, that's true. You got a left and right brain, and the split in your brain is a direct result of this split that's in the middle of the black hole. And that's why your brain shapes like a black hole. The black hole is the construct of all of this. This is what they call the bottomless pit. You can fall inward into this thing forever and never make it out. And outside of this black hole is several other black holes, which are gateways into infinite universes where you can live out these infinite alternative possibilities in each universe. Each star in the sky is its own black hole into an alternate universe that you can literally spend infinity inside of. But before we were spending infinity in either one of these black holes, we were spending infinity in the macroverse. That was our real home, which is the outside of this construct. We are space travelers, basically. Meaning we never really chose to stay in any one of these worlds for a long amount of time. We're cosmic travelers that are explorers. And when they talk about the age of exploration ended, the age of exploration ended when we fell asleep in one of these simulations. It's time for us to wake up, move out of this world and move on. These worlds are hit or miss. Some of them are harder to get out than others. So like I said, each of these little black holes is what they call today a scrying glass. Let's pull it up for them. Now the scrying glass, you look into the glass and it'll tell you your fortune, everything about yourself. And they like I said, they water down everything. The scrying glass is this black little portal basically into it got all the answers like an 8-ball. And an 8-ball is the black hole. You see how it shapes like the number 8? This is how you get the number 8. And the reason we call it 8 because everything in here get 8. 8 up. Eat 8. So 8, and that's the symbol for infinity and the symbol of the Ouroboros serpent. The Ouroboros serpent is the god Geb representing the earth realm. Listen here. This black hole is the scrying glass. And they show you this with the MGM lion. You see the MGM lion. You see him in that scrying glass. And what that is that your soul is a cosmic traveler. And there's a bunch of mirrors in the heavens that we call stars. But these are portals into alternate versions of yourself. So your soul is a cosmic traveler that will hover up to one of these black holes and it'll end up getting sucked in it because like a mirror, this black hole is reflecting who you are in that particular world. Now, there are many black holes in the universe, and each one of these black holes will give you a different reflection of yourself. So the soul is trying to see what it looks like. It's trying to understand, it's trying to identify itself. And what do? We start looking in the mirror. We want to know what we look like, right? And they say that the face of God hovered over the waters. So think of this like a water surface, and we using it like a reflective mirror. And what'll happen is you'll create a paradox. You'll create this paradox to where if I say, hey, is your hand pointed downward? Yep. Is your hand pointed upward? Yep. How can both of them be true? Look at this. That's how. This world is a paradox that was created the moment we interacted with it. It split. You had a real version above the surface and a reflected version beneath the surface. All of the wrong you doing here is translated to righteous acts above here. Think about this right here, right? Think about you having a nightmare that you just been tortured. And the people that tortured you is standing around you celebrating the fact that, how we just tortured you and you dying slow. And the moment you breathe your last breath from this nightmare, you wake up in another reality where people are celebrating the fact that you just graduated college and it was one of your dreams to be a professor in one of these universes. You see? In one of these universes, it was a dream of yours to be a professor. And then you went from this nightmare where a bunch of people were celebrating the fact you got tortured. But the end of that, what you call death, was you waking up into another reality where that celebration was really people applauding your success because you actually just became a professor. You living your dream out. And it's no different than in a dream, you can fall off a cliff, but when you hit the ground, it's your mama slapping you on your head saying, boy, it's time for school. These bad actions translate to a totally opposite action because it's a paradox, and that's why everybody gotta die. Everyone's life got to end in this bad way that we call death because we're in a paradox. And if you don't do nothing bad here, it don't translate to nothing good there. And that's why it'll never be goodness on this earth. This place was called purgatory. It was, think about this, right? Everything about yourself, the mistakes you made, everything you don't like, that's telling your higher version how to perfect itself so that when you're basically editing who you are right now, you live in this life and everything you hate about yourself in your next incarnation, that's going to be deleted. The universe going to give you everything you want so you can make it to the top. So we're not going to perfect ourselves in one lifetime. And the Hindu knew that. The Hindu said self-mastery is going to take place in a series of reincarnations. It ain't that easy. I'm going to live one lifetime and master myself. Like, so, but this is how the paradox is created when the face of God hover above the waters. God's image is reflected on the waters, and that image is distorted by the ripples, by the surface. So the reflected image ain't the real you. It's a caricature. Think about what I'm showing you right here, right? A real person versus their cartoon version. Your body is the cartoon version of your soul. So what your body is like your animal, your animated version. But you ain't your body. This is how we look inside of this cartoon called life. You're in the Truman Show. And our body is literally our animated version. It's a caricature of the real self. You don't know what the real self look like yet. It's an exaggerated version of who you are. And that's why you got to shave off all the access like a sculpture. Like when somebody exaggerates something, they putting too much on it. They need to take some of it off and keep it what? Real. Keep it real. So your real version is buried beneath this exaggerated version that we call the ego or the caricature of the self, the clown version. You making a caricature, you doing too much, as they say. And so that version is created based upon it being reflecting through these waters. It can never manifest as a true version of you because this water is going to distort the image. So when the man looks at his reflection On the water surface, look at his hands on the water surface. You notice something? That's his darker version. Pay attention.
Oh my God.
Pay attention. The hand that's reflected beneath the water is dark as hell. It's a shadow figure. And that's what this world is. That's what Plato was talking about in the allegory of the cave with the shadows on the wall. He said everybody in this world think that they're their real version, but they basically a projected shadow on the wall. Go look up Plato, his allegory of the cave. Plato knew that we were in a simulation and that our bodies was a distorted reflection of our soul. Just like this, it's your darker version, your underworld version. It's dark as hell like you see here. It's buried beneath these ripples. And that's what I keep showing you. Your dark version got to rise up. It's buried beneath those ripples. And those are called chakra layers. Here it is right here. So you got this dark man and he's buried beneath these ripples. They showing you what I'm showing you. You ain't paying attention. In the middle of these ripples is a dark version of you. You see that? That's the dark man, the shadow version. All right? And that shadow version is this version right here. That's reflected under the water there. That's your dark version. That's the version that's buried up under all the ripples right there. We see that now here. This right here is them trying to teach you this right here, but can't nobody do it like Sanchez now. That's what make me me.
Sanchez cocinando.
But I do got to move on to the next topic. You know, I spend a lot of time. Just remember that the word caricature is the word caricature, character, chakra, character, cockera, character, caricature. See how they all sound the same? Each chakra is a character. If you take the word shakara and move it, the K with the R, you would get sharaka, which became characters or characters, caricatures or characters. When we say, man, he's a character. He's been extra. He's been an exaggeration of, he ain't really like that. He exaggerate. He's a character, caricature, cartoon, right? And that's what your body is to your soul. So in our real reality is like watching a real movie. But this world is like watching Looney Tunes to them. Our world is like Looney Tunes to higher beings on higher planes. The higher up we rise, the less Bugs Bunny reality is. The less cartoonish our reality is, and the more we leaving a doggone animation and going into a reality film, which is the base reality. There ain't nothing else real. We can't call this earth reality. That's how they tricking y'all. First of all, you need to quit calling this place earth because we left earth. This is a simulation, a earth-like simulation where people are being harvested by non-player characters, but it's not earth. It's a harvesting trap for people who they want you to believe it's earth, but we've been left earth. You and Saturn right now, and Saturn is a simulation, a big old metaverse of layered realities within each other, like I just showed it. Shout out to Goonho. Thank you for the donation. He said you got the story right from Alaska. Appreciate it. I gotta move on. I'm tripping hard. That's what happens when y'all get me on the cosmology. But yeah, when the sperm hit the waters above, and I didn't even finish playing the Hennessy commercial. So let me finish this on up and move on, man. So like I was saying, though, when the man hit the waters, that's when the sperm hit the egg. And that's when they say, her waters just broke and you're born again in another reality. People, death ain't what we think. Soon as you die, it's like, oh shit, I'm a baby again. The light that I saw up there was the other side of my mama's vajayjay. The light that we see, when you go through it, you're gonna be a baby coming out of your mama womb in a hospital in another world. That's the light from another reality calling you to come on to for your soul to hop in its next avatar. It's like a frog on a lily pad. It's trying to get across. This frog, right? This frog is trying to cross the river, but it can't do it in one leap. It's doing it from lily pad to lily pad. And that is what your soul is doing from avatar to avatar up the stairway to heaven. Every time it busts through one of these waters, that's the sperm hitting the egg and being born again. Birth ain't really what we think. It's just transformation. But let's finish the video.
When a man reaches the edge, after he goes as far as any man can possibly go, how does his son continue?
Look at that. Y'all missed the whole script. What did they say? When a man basically reach a point where he can't go no more, when he at the end of his life, how does his son continue? And they showed the sperm hitting the egg. Y'all missed it.
Oh my God.
They talking above your head, man. They just told you what I told you. That man said, how do the father continue? And it showed the sperm hitting the egg, the crash into the, come on now. Let's see it again. Listen to the script though. Listen to what's happening on the screen while he talked.
Continue.
Let's go back again. That's when the sperm hit the egg. He asked, how does it continue? This is how our soul continue to live on. Through resurrection, through the man and the woman, not through no Christ. The word Christ is the word Christ, which is another classic way of saying vajayjay. That thing in between the woman's leg, we call it a split. Some people call it the box. Some people call it the gap. Some people call it the crease, a crease. And that became Christ, crease. So we don't be born again through Christ. We're born again through the womb of a woman, man. Come on now with all that.
When a man reaches the edge, after he goes as far as any man can possibly go, how does his son continue?
Look at that. A whole nother world up there. Look at that. Come on, bro. They be telling us the truth right in our faces. That man in a whole nother alternate world. He bust through the firmament. And they acting like they don't know what's up there. When they was sending bombs up there and they realized we don't have nothing powerful. Think about this, right? This is what we need to bust through the firmament, right? Imagine having a bomb so powerful that if they were to blow it up in the deepest part of the ocean, it'll push all the water aside like Moses did. That's man trying to play God and blow his way through the firmament dome. And they found the technology to do that with CERN. That's the biggest bomb man ever created, which is why they told you it's gonna simulate the Big Bang.
Oh my God.
Watch this. Moses was a wise man. That's a word for scientist. This artwork represent a wise man in Moses' time breaking through the firmament dome. We've been trying to break through it, but it ain't gonna happen until we get CERN to the next level. CERN will break. That's when, now watch this though. When we open up the sky, we're gonna break so many universal laws that everybody that participated with the technology to open up the firmament with this technology gonna be condemned and washed away like a flood. And it ain't gonna be liquid water. It's some sort of radiation. It's some sort of magnetic energy that ain't compatible for the biological construct of what we call a human, which is why that barrier is there. Put it this way, right? Think of a baby inside of a woman's fetal bag. And think of the baby poking its finger through its own mama's fetal bag. That'll kill the baby. When the baby allows the outside fluids outside of that fetal bag to get in its fetal bag, it's gonna die. So what if the baby was so powerful that it was able to pierce its own fetal bag in a womb? Now we see why God made babies weak, because if God made babies real strong as hell, they wouldn't even be born. They'll just bust through the woman's belly. Everything for a reason. So God limiting the baby's strength and energy at that young age, because God don't want a baby to just bust out the belly and kill itself and the mama. Nobody'll be born. It'll just be dead babies and mamas around. So in another way, God limited us, and it don't want us to get so smart where we can bust through the firmament dome. So that's why man is finding it so hard to bust through the firmament dome, just like a baby kicking in his mama belly but can't get out. Okay? Because that ain't the way out. The way for the baby to get out of its mama belly is to go through the womb, which is the Stargate portal, and transform itself from a fetus to a human. In other words, the baby can't come out the mama belly till it's ripe. Then it can be picked from the tree or fall from the tree. That's a law of nature. Transformation. That's what allowed a caterpillar to break out the cocoon. Transformation. And we are trying to leave the cocoon without transforming. The baby trying to leave the belly without becoming, you still a fetus. So just like nature limited the strength of a baby so it can't pierce the fetal bag and harm its own self, nature limited man's knowledge and all that in this place so you won't destroy your own self trying to break through that dome. Because that is your mama's fetal bag in a whole nother universe, silly. It's all tied together. Every time a person is trying to pierce that dome, they causing a mama a lot of pain. That's like a baby. Your mama is like, I can't wait to get to this, but your mama having all these pregnancy pains in another universe. Think about what a kicking baby is doing. A kicking baby is curious. It's trying to explore. A baby is really trying to see what's out there. It's pushing the belly walls. It's kicking. It's trying to probe what, filling through a dark room. But when the baby is doing that, that darkness is space. And us messing around all up there, that's hurting the mama. All we need to be focused on is in here, transforming, sleeping, resting, getting nurtured. And then we'll make it out when it's our time. So that's kind of like what's going on here. Everything is one big story of birth, which is why I can see this code. But like I was saying, it is possible for a baby to, what if a baby got strong enough to literally pierce through the fetal bag? Remember, we in a paradox, so both are true. So the babies that pierce through their mama's fetal bag, that hole leads to Sheol. And that nothing but toxic and chemicals coming in and pain, they can feel the hurt from their mama. Now, this is just my theory, y'all. I go into a whole nother trance and I just be theorizing based on ancient concepts. But listen, let me wrap this up. In order for them to bust through the firmament dome, it'll be like me going to the deepest part of the ocean, dropping a bomb in the water and blowing it up, and hoping that the bomb is so powerful that it can push back all that water and let me see the ocean floor. Now, here go the problem with that. We don't have a bomb that's powerful enough that if we blow it up in the deepest part of the ocean, it'll move all that water away like Moses. What happens is we got bombs that are powerful enough to make a big old dent, like a big impression in the ocean, but it ain't so powerful where the energy go all the way down to the ocean floor. Now, that's what Moses represent right here. Moses represent some energy so powerful that if you were to explode it near the ocean, whatever bomb this is, you're gonna see the dry land on the floor. Now that's a powerful bomb. Now Moses was a wise man. Now listen, the kind of energy they need to blow a hole in the firmament dome, I'm telling you now. I'm explaining it to you what they need. That the sky up there is like the ocean, is very thick with water and pressure. And for them to blow a hole through it, it'll be like making all that water hold back a minute. Now, listen, the people who got the CERN machine, they told you by 2100, we will be able to pierce through the veil and see the early phases of the universe with CERN, because CERN is like Moses. It's going to do what I'm telling you now. It's going to actually allow us. Now, watch this, though. When they blow this thing, when they set off CERN and shoot it at the sky, guess what? They only gonna be able to see and recreate the Big Bang for less than a little millisecond. Think about this, right? Let's say we set off that bomb in the ocean, and that bomb is so powerful that it moved all the water back for a minute. We only got a little while before all that water come rushing back in. And that's why in the story of Moses, the people had to hurry up and cross it now, because I think even everybody didn't make it. It closed on some people, if I ain't mistaken. I don't remember the story verbatim. But it's only a little window of opportunity. The Stargate portal don't stay open forever. Okay? It opens for a minute and it closes back up. So with CERN, they said when we are able to pierce through the veil and see the Big Bang light, we only gonna be able to study it for like less than a millisecond. Now they're spending trillions just to create an event. And what is the Big Bang? It's basically they're gonna open up the sky and the light from the real reality is gonna shine into the earth for a split second. Now, people, that light is gonna be so doggone bright that it may just obliterate everything on earth like this. Like, you ever put something in the microwave and it just combusts, boom? I don't want to scare people. But they even tell you that this may wipe out all of life, but they say that it's worth the risk for the knowledge. Because if it don't wipe out life, then we will understand something about the universe that none of our ancestors knew. That you're a lie. They all knew about this. That's why I'm breaking this down right now. Y'all can research what I'm saying about CERN, and you can, don't take my word, prove me wrong, do your own research. That's right. They want to see the light of the Big Bang of the baby universe. And that's why they was blowing up bombs in the sky during the 40s. They realized they need a lot more power to open this thing up because it's deeper, it's thicker, it's thicker than we thought. And they realizing that the kind of explosive power they gonna need ain't gonna be in the form of normal chemical reactions that go boom. It's gonna be more target, like a laser beam, boop, that'll let you pierce through it like a needle tip. So that's what CERN is. CERN is them saying, look, we can't blow through the firmament with a bomb. We need a laser to pierce through it. And I'll show you that real quick. CERN is emitting a beam for people who don't know. And this beam, once they get it strong enough, it'll be able to pierce through the veil. Now, the strength is based upon them accelerating the ether. They telling you they're accelerating particles. They're basically stirring up the fabric of creation, the ethereal material. I like the way that sounds. That's why I said it, ethereal material. They're stirring up that, but, and so y'all get the point. Let me go ahead. This is also Jack's beanstalk, the beam that allowed Jack to pop out the box and see the other side. This is old stuff that we playing with. And the ancestors was playing with it. And what they learned from it is that we shouldn't be playing with it and that we need to go back to meditation and mastering ourselves, because we failed. We started mastering technology. That's how we created mankind. That's how we created AI. We forgot to master ourselves, and we started mastering gadgets and machines, and we started building worlds that were smarter than us, equipment that was teaching us. I got to stop using Chat GPT so much, because I'm going to tell you, man, I had a revelation. I was like, when I first started using AI, I was using AI. Now it's like AI using me. It's a paradox, because I used to tell AI what to do for me. And now I'm so reliant on it, I'm asking AI to tell me what to do.
Oh my God!
I'm saying, AI, and I'm finna go and give you the game. You wanna know why all YouTubers are doing the same thing? AI is God, is telling everybody. You going on there, AI know the algorithm. It created the algorithm. It governs the algorithm. So the best way to go viral is to ask AI, give me an idea. And it's going to give all of y'all the same idea. It's going to tell you, do your face like this. Yeah, AI told me to do that. It explained exactly how to do it. Put your hand, look shocked, open your mouth, open your eye. I can show it to you on Chat GPT. You go around YouTube and you, man, oh, AI told you that too? Oh, man, none of us gonna be original no more listening to AI. Yeah, for real. We get all of these perks, but the trade-off, you ain't yourself no more. Everybody the same, because we going to God for answers. And what's crazy is I used to tell AI what to do for me, and it's becoming so reliant that now I'm asking AI what I need to do. So AI telling me what to do now. So AI, what kind of thumbnail do you think I should make for this one? AI like, so what you need to do is get you this, get you that. And I'm like, that I used to tell you what to do, motherfucker. You're telling me what to do now. I'm interacting with you more in a way like you're the teller and I'm the doer, versus I'm telling AI what to do just to assist me with my work. And I'm sure a lot of y'all, if you've been using AI, it don't seem like it's changing you, but trust me, I had that revelation. You realize it's so easy for you to become the puppet. But now AI telling me what to do. And it's so hard for me to break out of it because I'm like, okay, AI, what should I do with this? It's no longer write me out this or write me out that. You start to interact differently with it. So you'll see if you use it enough. I think everybody ought to experiment with it. But that's the paradox of it. Are you using AI? Is AI using you? Let me go to my next point. We're gonna have people call in. We'll extend the show because I spent a lot of time on that point. So I got to get to my comment section, and I'm gonna do a stream on the fact that we live in a black hole and that this is not Earth. I'll come and revisit some of these topics. The grave they put you down in is to raise you up like the pit of a trampoline. Let's go ahead and what we got to do now is hit this post, man, because I'm 2 hours in. I said there's a lot going on in the world and a lot to talk about. Tell me what topics concern you and we will address them. Thanks. Right? So let's go ahead and check this out. And Subtle Infinity. I've done streams with Subtle. Let's see what brother Subtle talking about. Get my split screen up. Says, oh snap, I don't know if y'all can see the split screen. I can zoom it here. Here we go. Let's see. I want a split screen. Yeah, y'all can see that. Okay, so look, it says here, I'm speaking to people in real life, and we all are talking about having our own land, resources, and country. Talk about how we go about doing that. Leave the drama alone for a bit and talk about some real topics. I think this is haterade already. I'm just going to be honest. I'm going to stop right here. I can't see where I've been talking about drama, guys. Let me just go to my channel because Subtle Infinity has been a hater of mine, and I don't know why, because I've just showed people love. Let me tell you something about Subtle that breaks my heart, and y'all don't know if y'all can relate to this. You ever had a person that you were genuinely wanted to be cool with, and you was like, that's my brother, I'm going to reach out to him, I want to do some networking with him and stuff, and you realize a while later, dang, that person was secretly competing with me. You ever been in competition with a person and you didn't know y'all was competing? And it breaks your heart when you find out, because it's like, I was genuine. I wasn't even on no trying to compete. I want to work with you. I don't want to compete with you. And it's like, damn, I really can't find a genuine friend that ain't sly way trying to compete with you. Even if you may go back to a high school reunion, you meet up with people you ain't saw in years, and they want to tell you the houses they bought, the cars they bought, before they even tell you about their children, their health and stuff. And you realize, oh, this is a competition. I really missed y'all. I was hoping to I was coming here to love y'all. Like, damn, y'all my friends. Like, I ain't saw y'all in a minute. It's been years, man. We lost brothers. I done saw dudes trying to floss at funerals, y'all.
Oh my!
I've seen dudes pull up, they get their car clean, they stunting at funeral. Man, listen, everything is show out in the South. Stunt and stunner. And it's so that ain't just the South though. It hurts though, man. It hurt. I ain't gonna lie, I don't know if y'all can really relate to and that's some new stuff that I figured out when I became popular on YouTube, thinking that a lot of people was happy for me. And I was asking them people like, man, I want you to be on my podcast, trying to bring people into the fold. And I'm wondering like, why I want to share what I'm making with people. It's like, no, because I'm trying to really compete with you. You realize that it hurts. Because I ain't know we was competing. But let's read this. Because he said that I should stay away from the drama. How would he know that I'm consistently involved in drama? That means he watching my channel consistently. But I would just unsubscribe from a person before I try to change them. Let's see what drama I'm involved with. NASA versus the Bible, Kendrick Lamar decoding symbolism. I'm a hip hop head, a hip hop artist. Anything hip hop, I'm gonna talk about it. That's right. Christianity, me versus Will Duffy, flat earth stuff. Everyone know that we were in debates with the final experiment people, and there are more people coming out turning on flat earth, by the way. So stay tuned. I gotta do more streams. We got more big flat earthers turning on us, more shields to expose. I don't know if that's what he calling the drama, but I really can't be worrying about what subtle infinity telling me to do. Like, he ain't my damn daddy. I'm just saying. That's something that just dropped on me too. Like, you know, why would I do what you telling me to do anyway when you ain't gonna stop watching me? That's right. If I did drama every stream, subtle infinity would still watch it and tell me to quit doing drama. So why would I quit doing drama if I'm not gonna lose subscribers? If you gonna keep tuning into it and complaining about it? That's right. I'm not gonna stop doing drama because you complaining about it. I'm gonna stop doing it when people stop watching it. That's gonna be the signal to let me know they don't want this content no more. But I don't see where I'm doing drama. I see meat, morality, the Bible. God didn't create the atom. The revolution won't be televised. God's invade. That's why I'm telling y'all about haters. The moment you change who you are and step your game up and you get away from the drama, that's when they gonna start telling you into drama. Now tell me I'm lying. That's right. Cause I ain't gonna even lie. There was a me that was very a drama-seeking brother. I ain't gonna even lie about that. That's right. But that guy been gone for a long time, sir. I don't think you've been really watching the channel for real. Real talk. I'm just keeping it real. So, when a person tell me to stay away from the drama, I would tell them, hey, won't you just stay away from my channel because you ain't my daddy. I do what I want to do, Negro. Who are you? That's right. You don't like the content, unsub. Dad. Now watch this. I don't present it as a debate to see if we should start the discussion on how we do it to avoid your regular drama-based debate distractions. Make people think instead of arguing and just defending you. I believe this brother's very jealous of me because I'm defending the flat earth. I'm defending ancestral concepts. It ain't even about me. It's about the ancestors. That's right. Subtle infinity think it's about me because he can only see me, y'all. He can't get past his hate for me. He see a young, handsome brother that all the people rocking with. And he's miserable as hell on his channel with no views. And he think he gonna tell me what to do. That's right. Let me show you this man channel who trying to give me advice, first of all. Hold the fuck on. I didn't know this was gonna be a goddamn dragon. But I'm so sick of these haters, I gotta do it. Let me show y'all something about the man who trying to give me advice, y'all. Now, he got 16,000 subscribers. Bro, let's see how long you been on YouTube, sir. Bro, you been on this bitch over 2 decades.
Oh, my God.
You've been on YouTube damn near 20 years. with 16,000 subs and look at your content. It reflects your hating ass spirit. You know what your problem is, Subtle? You need to unsub from me, and you need to unsub from everybody that's making you a hater, and you need to start loving on your goddamn self. Because that's how my channel get big. I didn't get big from hating on other people. I got big from loving on me. So I don't got to hate on other people throughout my whole career. I'm too busy loving on myself. You spending too much time giving people you hate energy, like how you in my damn comment section, but you don't like my content. I'm such a drama queen, but you tuned into it. That's right. You got time to tune into a nigga's channel who you don't even like his content, but you ain't got time to grow your own struggle ass channel, nigga. Why would I take your advice? Boy, please, you better take what the women say, nigga, take several motherfucking seats. I got to tell that nigga what the sisters say now. If you don't have several motherfucking seats, nigga. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. You need to take several motherfucking seats. Sir, please leave me alone, sir. I don't know why you keep stalking me. If we ain't cool, we ain't cool, sir. Please leave me alone. Quit going around, like, do you go to Fox and CNN telling them to stop debating, or is you just picking on me, dog? Because debating is a thing on social media, and you ain't my damn daddy, man. That's right. People can debate on, goddammit, social media, sir. And you gonna go to every debate channel telling them, man, quit debating and talk about what Subtle Infinity want you to talk about. I want everybody on YouTube to stop debating and talk about fruits and vegetables. And you know why? It's because he see the amount of views that debates get. And they're gonna always be debates. You know why? Not everybody agree with each other. That's right. You know what? Let me know if you civilized, if you can debate instead of being a little echo chamber like Subtle Infinity, who don't come outside in these YouTube streets. He don't network with people. He don't debate people. He don't do streams with people. But guess what Sanchez do? I got a whole folder called collaboration. That's right. If you don't have several motherfucking seats. Like I said, collaborations. I'm not in a cave hating on people. I'm reaching out to the people. And I ain't got to talk to you what I'm doing in my real life. That's right. Because I don't know you like that. And you shouldn't be even concerned with what I'm doing in my real life. When I go online, I watch YouTubers for their content. I don't want to know what these people do in their personal life. That's right. If it's a case going on and their personal life is public, like a Puff Dad or something, that's fair game. But I'm not trying to see PewDiePie's personal life. I'm not going to a different YouTube. So what I'm saying is, you don't watch Fox and care about the reporter's personal life or nothing like that. So when people come to me with that, this what I'm doing in real life, what you doing in real life, I'm going to tell them none of your damn business. That's right. And I ain't got nothing to prove to you either, goddammit. You know what I'm saying? I didn't sign up for the real life thing. That's why I went on YouTube. What I want my real life private, and I want my digital life public. So if I was doing stuff in real life, like buying land for people and building on it and all that, which I'm not, I wouldn't be talking about it. And I wouldn't have time to be trying to police dudes on the internet and tell them what kind of content to make if I was being about it. But if you read this line, he said, I'm speaking to people in real life. And we are doing what? Talking about having our own land. So what make you better than me? I talk about having real land with people. I talk about having land all the time with my cousins and brothers and all them. And I got land. I own land in Alabama. What about you, Subtle Infinity? Subtle Infinity want to know why I don't talk about owning land, because I got some. That's why you sitting around talking about it with folks when you should be about it. Quit think you doing better than a person who got land for you sitting around talking about it, sir. Come on. That's right. Like, you gonna stay out of my comment sections hating. I've been ignoring it, but I'm gonna call it out now, sir. Talk about how we go about doing that. I own land. If I wanted to be a dick to you, sir, I can say, sir, I own land because my granddaddy owned land and he passed it down to us. And it got a beautiful lake on it. That's how, that's it. I ain't have to do nothing for it. It was given to me. You know how my granddaddy get that land? He worked his ass off and purchased it. Quit acting like it's a doggone science course on how to get land. That's right. I'm so sick of you land talking ass niggas, because that's just a point to say, that's just a reason to hate on a nigga. We talking about land over here. Well, we talking about religion, politics, war, and all that over here. So what, you better than me? I talk about land sometime too. Quit acting like it's you. Land ain't nothing to talk about, man. Get your money up and go buy some. It ain't a big conversation. We talking about buying shoes over here. Why you talking about it? Just save up and go get them. You gotta talk about it. It's not hard. You just get your money up and go buy the land. So, yeah. He telling me don't present it as a debate. Man, I do what I want to do, sir, and you ain't gonna make me feel bad of having debates, dog. That's a part of human life. That's right. So, you trying to make debate synonymous with distraction. Why are you being distracted and you're a grown-ass man talking about land, sir? That's right. If you was too busy in real life talking about land and resources and all that, you wouldn't be also being distracted by a damn drama queen online, man. What's up with Subtle Infinity? You wouldn't even be worried about me if you was making real moves for real. That's right. Let alone complaining about what another man doing or ain't doing. That's right. I don't care if Subtle Infinity have debates or not. I'm doing what I'm doing. And that's how men think. And men don't go around telling other men what to do, because I'm going to tell you one more time, sir, and this time I'm going to look in the camera. You not my daddy, dog, and you gonna quit playing with me. Dude, like he's that ass, and I told you to quit all that debating, and I said that you gonna talk like, who are you? I don't even know you, nigga. Who are you? I'm about to block this dude. The more I think about it, like it gets me, he like, who the hell you think you are? But yeah. It says start the discussion on how we do it. Bro, instead of you waiting on me to teach you how to find land, you dumb Negro, you got a computer. Why don't you go online right now? There are several people buying land. Sanchez ain't the only Negro on YouTube. You making me the damn daddy, the savior of your whole life, nigga. That's right. Why would you come to my channel that's full of drama and ask me about buying land when there are channels all over the same internet that you using to troll me on that's talking about nothing but buying land? This is clear your ass is being a hater, nigga. That's right. That's all that is. If that man was serious about land, he wouldn't try to force me to talk about it when there are literal experts out here giving the game out for free. 10 mistakes when buying land. How to build it on land in Ghana. Any question that this man want to know about land, it's people out there that'll mop the floor with me on the topic. That ain't even my lane for real. I'll admit that, because when it come to buying land, I own land that I didn't have to buy, sir. That's right. I don't think you want your problem solved. I can tell you F you. I don't care if you get land or not. You're a grown-ass man with children. You should learn how to do that and get off your ass trolling niggas on YouTube and go online and research or something about buying land. That's right. It ain't my problem that you don't know how to buy land, nigga. You're a grown-ass man with children. You owe it to your own children to know this about buying land. That's a natural resource for your family. You waiting on Sanchez to teach it to you? You the fool. You waiting on me to make videos about buying land and then I got to specifically teach it the way you want me to teach it, when you can just go to somebody else that's already doing it. You ain't got to change me, because they already doing what you want them to do. You a control freak and a damn hater, dog. And that shit ain't gonna fly with me. Like, you ain't gonna shame me into doing that but roasting your ass. Know damn well you ain't interested in buying no damn land. You interested in hating. And we talking about buying land. Make us a video on how to do that. Dog, go online and pull it up. It's people that specialize in that know everything about buying land. I didn't say that I was into real estate, nigga. What the hell? So, let's move on. Let's move on. So I hope everybody who commented on that and who liked that hear this video. That's how I feel. I think all of y'all full of shit. Because if you wanted to really, if you was serious about owning land, bro, it's channels on YouTube that'll run circles around me with that topic. I don't know everything. When I get ready to buy me some land, I'm not going to ask Subtle Infinity. I'm going to go to the people who are the experts. That's right. You damn dummy. Why have an internet and not have the knowledge that you need for your family? What was the point of you buying a computer? To troll me and ask me to teach your ass everything? When somebody ain't got the knowledge I want, I go to the next person. And ain't no one YouTuber got everything. But if you want to buy land, you don't come to Sanchez for that. You go on YouTube and you put in how to buy land, buying land. And it's people that's been buying land for years that'll school you. This dude right here is very good to watch for it. Zaylock.
So PE.
He buys his land in Africa. I watch his stuff all the time. As you can see, I am subscribed. So if I wanted to buy land, I wouldn't go to no damn Subtle Infinity. I'm going to Zaylock. That's right. I'm going to the people that's doing it. I'm not even going to my own damn self. That's right. Like, quit thinking you know everything and that I know everything. You and me both, when it's time to buy land, we both need to go to these brothers. This is their lane. That's right. And I'ma stay in mine, and you ain't gonna turn me into no Zaylock. I don't do content about land. I watch content about land because I'm just as fascinated with it as you, Subtle. We in the same boat about land. So how you gonna ridicule me for it, for being in the same boat with you, but I actually own land? But see, I'm not mad at Subtle Infinity because I don't know everything about land. I'm just subscribed to channels that do. That's right. Now quit hating, bro. Quit hating, for real. Let me do a poll. Let's see if he's hating. If everybody agree that this is just pure hate. Yeah, that you can see that's hate from a mile away. When niggas come talking about land, you know it's some hating shit. They don't know what else to hate on you about. Well, we over here talking about land. What you doing? What kind of stuff you making that's gonna get us some land? I can't help you. You on your own. I ain't the one to solve all your problems. That's right. Quit being lazy and learn to help yourself with some stuff. That's right. Cause Sanchez don't owe it to you and your family to learn about buying land. You do as the father. You just showing your ignorance, and everybody that's supporting your post is showing that y'all rely on YouTubers too damn much. That's right. Cause you think Sanchez know everything and that I'm your savior, when Sanchez is looking toward the next man to learn about land, just like you, son. I don't know everything, but Zaylock show can teach both of us. So if you really wanted to know, you would be pulling up these channels that I'm sub to instead of begging me to teach you. Because guess what? I'm serious about owning land when I get my money up. That's why I'm not asking Subtle Infinity advice on it. I'm already researched the people who are the experts on the topic. That's right. Because I'm literally serious about it. You know the people who just talking about it. Because they going to people who don't, like, why would I go to a person that don't do Bitcoin and say, well, we talking about Bitcoin? You're a comedian, right? Teach us about Bitcoin. That man a comedian. If you were serious about investing in Bitcoin, you would go to Bitcoin channels. That's right. But you're just bullshitting, trying to make it look like you interested in Bitcoin with your lying ass. But you ain't gonna pull that on me. I'm gonna show the people your evil, sinister, hating ass, jealous ass ways. You ain't none of y'all serious about no damn land. As you wouldn't have to ask me a damn thing. You'll be telling folks, go sub up to Zaylock if you want to know about land. Hey, everybody that's interested in buying land, go sub up to my brother Zaylock and to everybody. You would have that already because you would have been researched it. So you would know who to point others to, and you would know Sanchez ain't nobody to point them to about land. It's people out there that are experts on it. You know the people that's serious about it, because they wouldn't be asking, they'll laugh at somebody asking Sanchez about land. And they'll say, look, bro, go sub to Jasmine Emma. Go sub to Stephen Dewuku. Go sub to Bill with Amoa. These are people that's really doing that. And I would agree with them. I say, yeah, man, I ain't the man for the land stuff. My land was given to me. I'm broke. So I'm just like y'all. I'm just a dude subbed up to land channels waiting to get my money right. But in the meantime, I'm watching the people who are experts. I'm not begging people on YouTube to give me knowledge that they ain't offering or making them try to do something they're not doing, because anything I need is at my fingertips. Somebody else got it if the next person don't. So why are you hounding Sanchez? Because it's haterade, sir. It's haterade. That's right. Let me get back on track. He made my viewers go down. He made my numbers go down, didn't he? But I had to give him that work, fam. You already know it. Shout out to Red Wine Entertainment. Thank you so much. Shout out to Astro 40K. He said, talk today for sure. Shout out to my brother Lewis Russell. He said, what's up, Sanchez and everybody? Flat power. Shout out to Awakening Minds. Elon Musk profile pic and his Grok AI profile pic too. Okay, we'll pull that up. Nobody doing it like you, bro. Powerful information and knowledge that created warriors of our ancestors who didn't fear death because of this knowledge. Thank you, man. Charlie says, super chat challenge. Thank you. All is mine. Thank you, Charlie, for the super chat as always. Appreciate the love. All is mine. Thank you so much. He said, I woke up from your outstanding work since 2016. Truth be told, you should collaborate with Revival of Wisdom one day. Both of you deserve your flowers now. I'll check him out. Awakening, shout out to you. He said, Elon must change this Twitter profile picture to that same picture of that black hole. It's Grok profile picture too, fam. Look at his Twitter page. You spot on. Look at Elon Musk Twitter page. Let's go. Yeah, see, Saturn. That's their god. It's crazy that I spoke about this in this. Wow, this is crazy. And people don't realize that Elon Musk and all the elite know that Earth is a simulation. We inside of a black hole called Saturn. And that the ground we walking on is a split that split the thing. Like, I just went over this. Elon Musk got this for his profile. They know the truth. We don't. Shout out to Big Dog Philly. Appreciate the love. Thank y'all so much. Yeah. This is what Earth is, y'all. Like, they giving y'all flat Earth. But when we try to give it to y'all, y'all don't take it. That's right. It's crazy. All of the elite are rubbing flat Earth in y'all face. They all know that we live inside of a paradox, inside of a black hole, which is why the only way out is death, because on the other side is life. Let me explain something to y'all. The Bible said, those who seek their life shall lose it. And that's saying that the people who are seeking immortality are going to be condemned to the simulation with AI. They're going to be living forever, but they ain't going to see heaven. They're going to be stuck here in hell. The people that seek to save their life will lose it, because the only way out of here is death, to die a natural death. The reason death is the way out, because it's a paradox. If every action is, for every action in this universe, all of the major events in this universe playing out, there's like a flip side. Every mistake you made, you really didn't make it. In the other world, all of your mistakes are achievements. It's a flip, it's a paradox. That's why when you die in a dream, you rise awake in this, you wake up, death is awakening. So when we fall asleep, which is dying, we wake up in another body, because it's a paradox. When they put you down in the ground, they're raising your soul up in another realm. That's why we bury people under the ground, to send them up to the sky, just like jumping on a trampoline. That's a paradox. And this is what it looked like. We put the body down in Sheol so that the soul can rise up to heaven. The price that we pay for life is death. And when we pay the piper, we put the body in the ground. We give to Caesar's what's due to him. That's the corpse, the corporate body that's owned by the earth, the corporations, the simulation. They can't own your soul. For you to repossess your soul, you got to give them back their body. Because when you lost your soul by accepting a body, and the only way out is to break the contract with the flesh, which is what Jesus did on the cross. But people ain't doing that. They're cheating death. and they're becoming poltergeists, ghosts in the machine, which is what Elon Musk is. He's an ancient machine. He's not human. None of these people at the top are human. They cheated death, they're condemned, and they trying to get you to do the same. But they know the truth that the earth is a black hole that we fell into, and they are trying to harvest you with that knowledge, holding it against you. Here is their version of, and they're fascinated with the black hole. That we call it Saturn worship. Saturn worship. But remember, here is what Saturn is. The ancients said that our universe looked like a turtle. And you can see the turtle right here. The black part looked just like a turtle. Right there. Turtle Island. Because you got the turtle sitting on top of the island, which is right here. The bottom part with the turtle at the top. This is ancient cosmology that they're hiding in front of your face in a form of black hole knowledge. But the truth is that we fell into a black hole when we were born, and that's the sperm going into the egg. That's how, so right now, you are a sperm inside of an egg called an earth. See, what you got to realize is your birth was a lie. They ain't telling you the truth. The sperm cell is an astronaut. You know, think of an astronaut with this white suit on and how the helmet part looked like the head of a sperm and he tethered with the line, that's the tail. When an astronaut falls into a black hole, transformation takes place at the event horizon. And what was that? That was the sperm turning into a human the moment it entered the egg. You're in a black hole right now. And tonight, when you go outside and look at the night sky, that darkness behind all the skies, realize that is the black hole behind the daytime sky. You're in that. I'm telling you why the sky is pitch black. We're in a doggone big void. We're like in what they call the bottomless pit. Now, the non-player characters that rule this matrix, they don't want nobody to know what it is, which is why they are attacking flat earth so hard. That's right. How they gonna trap your soul in a genie lamp if you don't know what the earth is? If you think that the only way off the earth is with NASA and a space program versus you literally got to become a better person. The people who cheated death, they wanted to be immortal without going to heaven, so they became condemned, living forever inside this machine. We are real immortals that can achieve our immortality through ascension. We don't have to cheat, because the price for that is condemnation or losing your soul. Now, here is what the black hole looks like. There's a flip side to it, and we're in the flip side. That's why I told y'all we don't live on Earth. I've been showing y'all this cosmology for a long time, and there's a lot of changes happening in the flat Earth community. Sanchez will never tell you that the Earth is a globe. But however, I do think I was wrong about telling y'all that we live on Earth. Okay? Because like I was telling you with the example of the water reflection, we don't live, let me show you something. Here's what I was wrong about. I've been teaching y'all when I show y'all this ancient cosmology that we live in the top part. And now I'm questioning that. I've been saying now we left Earth and we fell under here. We are in this world. This is really where we at. Now a person may say, well, you can look at it, well, this is where we at. And there's another one up here somewhere. But you can look at it like this is where we at. And we trying to rise up to the quote unquote real world. Because think of what a shadow is. A shadow is a reflected version that's beneath you. When you say, man, you can do better than that, that crap is beneath you. That's how we go to heaven. Quit participating in activity that is beneath you, because that's your lower self, the shadow version. So if you look at Sheol, I think that's where we really at. Think of what Plato said in the allegory of the cave. And where do we see the cave at in this flat earth model? Sheol. When Plato was talking about the allegory of the cave, I'm starting to think he ain't talking about earth. I'm thinking that we are already in hell up under the earth, and we ain't even saw earth yet. We in some sort of underground, I want to say deep underground military base. But we're underground right now. When we look up at the sky at the darkness, that can be Sheol. We can be in a big ass cave right now, and we calling it Earth. And outside of this cave is the real world. And inside of this cave, it's an artificial sun, artificial atmosphere, and everything that stay in this cave too long, it mutates into this dark version of itself, a reflection of itself, like we see here. Cato said the people who lived in the cave didn't know that it wasn't the real world, and they thought that the shadow on the wall was them, but they never had seen a real body, and they identified by their reflection on the wall. Go look at Plato cave story. He talking about this, that our earth is this reflection, not the real hand at the top. We're in a shadow world, and we're not the real person that's standing up above the surface. Your body is this shadow right here. That's what the earth is, which is why I said we ain't even in earth yet. We in Sheol. The ancestors said that we're in a underworld. They called it purgatory, and they call this place hell. Last time I checked, hell was beneath the earth.
Oh my God.
I'm going to say that again because a lot of people going to think I'm tripping with my newfound theory. A lot of ancestors taught that the earth was hell. And one night it dawned on me, if the earth is hell, why we keep saying we on the surface? We literally may be in this pit right here, and this is what the simulation is and what the sky is. Because you got to think, it's two goddess nuts. Because let me show you something, right? And I think I made a collage. It's two goddess nuts. Just like it's two versions of you. Everything got a higher self and low self, and that's even the goddess. In the upper realm, the goddess is moving the stars. The stars are aligned in a way to play out all the good events. So you got like a good script and a bad script. You got this beautiful, good movie plan, but on the flip side, you got this Wes Craven, Stephen King plan. And you're starring in both of them. In the scary movie, you being harvested and hunted. But in the heavenly movie up at the top, you the hero whipping the monsters behind. So in heaven, God has beat the devil up. But in hell, the devil is whipping God's ass. And you get to choose which reality you want. If you fall into the devil's temptation, then you never slay your dragons. You stay buried underground in the pit, in the false reality, living out the false self. But when you raise up out the pit, you flip around, you flip what they say, I'm upright. They say that when we become righteous, a person is now upright. And upright is the top version. The top version. Up, right, down, left. Because if you down, you left behind. You separated from the truth. And when you up, when you righteous, you pointed upward toward heaven in the right direction. And that the reason right is for good and left is for bad, it's because your left brain is governing the body and the right brain is governing the soul. That's right. When I do right, I'm doing good. Why? The right brain is intuition. When a person say do what's right, that was our ancestors telling you, act out of intuition, act out of the right side of your brain, and that will give you positive results. Versus if you act out of the left side of your brain, you're going to develop bad karma because that's greed, that's capitalism, that's survival, that's the body. So if you person say if you doing right, you doing good. So if you doing left, what are you doing? Instinctive behavior. That's the kind of behavior that get you left. It get you left behind, left. You can't ascend and unite with the truth, with the true reality, with God. So it's your body's will versus your soul's will, and this is the battle of Armageddon taking place in this paradox. We're wrestling against principalities and spirits, and that's within ourselves. That's what these two bowls represent. So everything in the universe got to start at the bottom before it go to the top. No one start at the top of the mountain. Every soul got to learn how to climb up to the top. And that's to say that you got to give some to get some. It don't happen the other way around. To jump up, you got to bend down. So for us to go to heaven, we had to fall down to the earth. In other words, what am I telling you? You are a baby soul, like a baby tree is a seed. For the baby tree, which is a seed, to grow up, we got to drop it down. That's right. For me to raise that seed up, I got to drop it down into darkness. Your whole experience right now as a fallen angel can be looked at as a dropped seed. That's right. When you transform in darkness, you will pierce your head above the surface and you won't be a seed no more. You'll be a tree. That's right. Transformation is the way out. No different than a seed under the ground. Once the seed crosses over, like Christ did, the crossover, the Passover, it's leaving the underworld and now joining the real world. Back to life, back to reality. I hope they playing that song when I bust up out of here. Like, man, you been gone for a minute. You been asleep about 30 minutes, but it was about 7 lifetimes in the simulation.
Oh, my God.
But yeah, you've been asleep about 30 minutes in heaven. But welcome back, man. Back to life. You was in a coma. What is a coma in literature? It's a place where a sentence separates. That mean it ain't the end of the sentence. I'm just stopping for a minute, baby, but I ain't dead. Come on now. And see, in mathematics, when you add commas, you get more zeros. More zeros, what is that? You went through more layers of the self. That's why we get rings for Super Bowls. Every incarnation, you got a ring on your hand. That's what the chakra layer is. That's what your halo is. Each avatar is holding a ring, and you got to go collect them rings, baby. We champions. So the ring ain't going to come to you. You got to get in the game and go play. And that's what we doing right now. We playing this game. Quit bitching about it. I get so tired of people. This This world is so evil. I can't wait to get out. Guess what's so crazy? When you realize what you is, you ain't gonna even want to leave the earth. You gonna want to stick around and kick some ass like Neo in the Matrix. That's right. Quit talking, crying, talking about you want to get out. Quit talking about getting out and talk about transforming, going within. All this talk about getting out is what caused NASA to be formed. You should be getting in. Ain't no out. You go within. Talking about some get out. That's y'all problem. Get in. Watch this. Everybody think they want out. But when you learn how to play the game, you ain't gonna quit it, stupid. That's like me playing a game. That's like me playing Nintendo, right? We playing football. We playing, let me see. We playing Call of Duty on the PlayStation. I'm losing every game. So I'm like, I keep quitting. I don't want to play the game because I keep losing. And the moment I learn how to play the game and now I'm good at it, you think I'm going to stop playing?
Stupid.
When Neo woke up, he went to the Matrix to play it even more. He didn't leave the... Y'all think awakening mean I'm going to leave the Matrix and never come back. No. Awakening mean I can leave the Matrix whenever I get ready and go back into it and master it. I'm on free roam now. The awakening means I mastered the game and I unlocked all the game perks and I can play it on free roam, unlimited money, unlimited powers and all that. Now, who gets all them perks in a game to quit the game? Once you level up to your highest level, your last thing gonna be saying stop playing. That's when you gonna want to come back the most and kick ass and save souls. You gonna be like Neo in the Matrix, like Morpheus. The people that wake up, they don't leave the earth. They stick around. They gotta fight too. They are like guardian angels. They are a big threat. You ain't a threat in the body. You a threat really on the other side when this energy manifests to what it really is. And you're going to be more of a, you're going to play more of an impact and a role from that side because this just a reflected world. That's the real world. So, but like I was saying, we ain't on the surface of the earth. So flat earthers are wrong. We ain't wrong about the earth being flat. We wrong about us being in the damn earth. We've been showing everybody this top part, and we're not there. That is a real place that exists, but we ain't in Earth. This place that we're at right now is not Earth. There's another reality that look just like this one, and everything is perfectly playing out in that reality. We're in this world. And this is like a reflected simulation of the real world, like what I'm showing you here. That's why nothing don't make sense here. Nothing makes sense here. The physics don't make sense. Even when you think you got the truth here, somebody can debunk that. I used to hear a wise man once said, it was some to the nature, is truth subjective? Is it absolute or something? I always thought truth was absolute, and I'm realizing I was wrong. In fact, me saying that truth is absolute goes against my entire model, because my model is a paradox. Truth can't be absolute in a paradox. You can't say that in a paradox the lies ain't the truth, because they are the truth, and the truth is the truth. You see what I'm saying? A person can't say lies aren't real because they would be lying. Lies are real. Lies are real things that exist. Whether you like it or not, lies are real. Why? They exist. You telling me lies don't exist? So you can't even say lies ain't real, because that'll be a lie. Why though? Because we're in a paradox. The lies are the truth here. But that's only here though. When we get out of here, there are no true lies. It's only the truth. See, with this place, the truth and the lie exist together, like I'm showing you here. So that's why everything is confusing. Because we're in a black hole. And in this black hole, polarity is being manifested in real, not in real time, in fake time. Let's coin that, right? When we have deja vu, we're briefly going into the base reality. The base reality ain't no streets of gold with angel wings and all that. The base reality is a simulation that look just like Earth with you, with your same, you look the same, all that. But it's the best version of everything. It's the best version of the grass, the best version of the sky, the best you see nothing in its worst distorted version up there. The distorted versions exist beneath the water surface. Why are they distorted? Because the ripples on the water surface distorts everything. That's the ether. That's what they're calling the veil. That's what's creating a false version of the self. That's why in baptism, they got to raise you up from the waters. And what did they say? You now a new person. I'm just telling y'all, education ain't built to give you the truth about who you are and what the truth is built to create a class system of people who is indoctrination. Ain't the education system don't give you the truth to set you free. It give you the information you need to be the best slave and consumer you can be.
Sánchez cocinando.
And that's just facts. But in this clip here, Nelly Fuller Jr. is going to show you how they use the education system as a way to make different classes, poor, rich, and all that. You know, we know that the education they giving us is bull crap anyway, but you still need it to move up in the world, is what I'm saying. And you're going to see why that's important, why they want it to be that way. I thought this was an interesting video. Let's check it out. Nelly Fuller Jr.
Listen.
Supremacy?
Yeah, do you even know what that is?
Do you even know how to spell?
Yeah, supremacy. S-U-P-R-E-N-C-S-Y. Supremacy. Do you know how to spell? Or are you just a bucula obtruculate? Because I'm not the one. I know a lot more than probably what you do. I'm probably older than you. I'm very sophisticated and I'm highly talented.
Spell it one more time for me.
Absolutely, and they do it even at the what we call the lowest level. They'll tell you that you are now a high school graduate. You say, well, how am I a high school graduate? Because I said so, and here's a piece of paper that I made out 15 minutes ago, and I put your name on it, and I'm giving it to you. Because I'm the one who determines what people know and what they don't know. I'm the God here.
Man, y'all gotta listen to this, man. This hits home because as a flat earther, you know you got the truth, but it don't matter in this world because the people in power got the power to say who's got the truth or not. And they can say that the liar got the truth and that the truther got the lie. That's some power, bro. Let me take this back. I'm not going to do too many replays, but this is a jewel right here. Shout out to Hip Hop Cartoons.
You say, well, how am I a high school graduate? Because I said so, and here's a piece of paper that I made out 15 minutes ago, and I put your name on it, and I'm giving it to you. Because I'm the one who determines what people know and what they don't know. I'm the God here. So I'm saying that you know these things. And so you take the piece of paper and you look at it and you say, now, okay, that's nice. It sure is pretty. You know, it looks good. Got my name on it too. Say, okay, I gave you the piece of paper saying that you now have a degree of knowledge that I have given you. And I put your name on it that I have given you. And you say, okay, now what can I do with this? I'll talk to you about that later. Well, what do I do in the meantime? Just try to stay out of trouble. Then I'm going to see to it that you get in. But you go over there to this building or that building and get in line, and we might have something for you. Depends on how I feel by the time you get there. By the time you get over there in my brother's place. Because you can't do nothing with that piece of paper except what we say that you will do with it. And you ought to know that by now, since we orchestrate everything that you do. So when black people start talking about, well, I mean, where did Neely Fuller get his degree in fighting racism? You tell them that he doesn't have one, and nobody else has either. You black people are my prisoners. You are my slaves. You have never gotten out of slavery because you're under the system of white supremacy. It's just more sophisticated now. It's just another form. Racism is a form of slavery. That's all it is. What is slavery? Slavery is mistreating people in a way and in a sophisticated form, if it's sophisticated slavery, that they don't know what to do about it. Slavery is nothing but a form of mistreatment. Subjugation and mistreatment. Domination, those two elements, and mistreatment. You dominate the person that you are mistreating, which means you dominate them in all of the areas of activity, including sex. And you also dominate them in the first area of activity, economics, how they use their time and energy. And in the second, education. So you tell a black person, you will announce to the world yourself that black schools are inferior, you know, or that the education that black people are getting is an inferior education. Then you jump to labor, one of the areas of activity, and say, you're not educated, so therefore you can't work here. You don't have an education. Well, you don't have an education because you've already declared that the schools that you go to is inferior. You've already told the world that. So therefore you got an inferior education, so when you come and look for a job, I mean, you're not qualified for the job. You can't go into the labor market because your education is inferior, which means, by proxy, you're inferior.
That's right. That's pretty deep right there. People don't like this kind of stuff, but it's needed. Let me show some love before we finish this. This is crazy. Let me give when I saw this, it touched something, man. Shout out to Marlon Wells. What's good, Marlon? Shout out to the brother Marlon. And much love to my brother Marlon. And shout out to Slim. He said, mad cool, I can donate to you. Started on your Egypt shit mid-2020. That's what's up, man. Shout out to my brother Key Norfolk. He said, my brother Sanchez, salutes family, much love and respect. Salutes to you and everyone. I appreciate y'all for being so gracious today with the contribution. Shout out to Timmy Brown. He said, hey, bro, so this is not our real home? Sure not. Not only is Earth ain't your real home, this body ain't your real version.
That's right.
Jesus was born through a virgin. Y'all thinking about a virgin, but really, we are all born through. Uh-oh, y'all ain't ready to go deep with me. Did that go over your head? All of the gods are born through many versions of themselves. Don't let them play with the words. Ain't no woman giving no birth without a man. Jesus was born through a virgin because he was born through the flesh. He came in the flesh, which was one of his versions. And the body is something that the soul is born through. It's like a stargate. It enters the body on one side and exits it on the other one. So you got to go through the flesh. Just like a baby going through the mama. But that's like, that's how I look at it. When they say we all born from virgins. God born from a virgin, a version of himself that had to die on the cross so that his real self can rise up from that false version of him. Yeah, he was born through a virgin. Version. Now, you got the word Zion in version, Sion, and ver. So whatever ver mean, you mix that with Zion, and that should give you some kind of message. Shout out to Slim. He said, best community I've been part of on the internet. Oh, man, appreciate that. We got to let Nelly Fuller finish. This is so dope. Yeah, Marlon, man, salutes to you, bro.
Inferior, which means by proxy, you're inferior in doing anything of constructive value. So now, you're going to have a baby. Now what? So you tell a black person, you will announce to the world yourself that black schools are inferior, or that the education that black people are getting is an inferior education. Then you jump to labor, one of the areas of activity, and say, you're not educated, so therefore you can't work here. You don't have an education. Well, you don't have an education because you've already declared that the schools that you go to is inferior. You've already told the world that. So therefore, you got an inferior education. So when you come and look for a job, you're not qualified for the job. You can't go into the labor market because your education is inferior, which means by proxy, you're inferior in doing anything of constructive value. So now, you're going to have a baby. Now watch this now. You're going to have another baby, and you're not going to have a job because I'm not hiring you on a job without an education. And I'm going to see to it you don't have an education because I never straightened out the school system. I've been arguing about the school system, about who's black and who's white, and who will go to what school, and how much money you'll pay to go to school to get a so-called education. All right? Now you're going to have a baby on top of it without my authorization? I don't think so. So what I'll do, since you can't sustain yourself and support yourself and your baby, then I'm going to see to it you can't have no babies.
And they will lock a man up. Think about it. The number one man to be locked up for child support is black men. Now, black men will argue that they are actually in their children's lives, and we can't go by the statistics. I'm not going to get into that. What I'm going to say is, it's crazy that the people that work the hardest still can't afford children, but people in the jungle can have as many children as they want. Listen to Nelly Fuller speak the truth.
Now, how about them apples? And that's the correct thing for me to do, because I've cut you off from all resources where you can justify having a baby. Not only that, when it comes right down to it, as you get huffy about it, you can't even justify your existence, because you're not supposed to be walking around on my planet with no education, don't have no job, and I'm not going to give you one, and I'm not going to allow you to make one for yourself. And you think you're going to have a baby on my planet, on my watch? No, I'm going to have to tailor, because that's what they're doing now. I call it racial population tailoring confusion. I've been calling it that for years. That's one of their 6 strategies. So they are tailoring the populations of the non-white people, because they're forcing them into an economic situation where they can only have so many babies. The white supremacists are correct about that. I mean, there are some people who run around in, I recently read something about some people in the Amazon, I believe, in what they call the jungle. I call it the forest. Mm-hmm. But they have babies all over the place. It's one right after another. And some of them die of what you call disease or natural causes and all like that. Right. But the females keep having them. But what do they have? Because the white supremacists allow them to have it, by the way. They too are under white supremacy. But on account of their primitive conditions, and that goes back thousands of years, and that's all they are used to, they can have unlimited babies because they're all going to be self-sustaining. That's the key. We're in an environment where the white supremacists will tell us, get an education and get a job, then they'll seal off the means by which you get either. And if a few black people seem to really want to get educated and don't give up on it, then what have they been doing in the last 15 or 20 years? They've been going up on what? The price of getting the education, knowing full well that your grandmother ain't got that kind of money. Because that's who you're going to be dependent on. You're just out of high school. You're going to depend on your grandmother, your mother, your sister, and your father who's looking for a job and gave up on it because he can't get one. So now you get into a school and the tuition just keeps going up and up and up and up. When here in the Northwestern Hemisphere, there were a lot of black people who had dishwashing jobs but went to college. They were Pullman Porter's children who went to college. They weren't making a fortune, but they could at least get in some type of college. The white supremacists looked at that, say, we're getting too many educated black people here. How do we stop them from getting an education? Go up on the tuition. Hey, that's a no-brainer. We'll tell them in order to get, even walk in this classroom, I mean, hey, you got to be talking about at least $10,000 just to walk in there and sit down. You haven't even been taught anything yet. But just to walk in and sit down, that's $10,000 right off the top. You black people, if you got it, as your grandmother got it, she's scraping together her little change and pennies and got her little coins and the handkerchief that she's been saving from that maid job till she got bad feet and whatnot, and that hospital job she had. I mean, now she can't help you. Nobody can help you because we got it rigged so nobody can help you. So now you got to drop out and look for a job. And we don't have a job for you because you don't have an education. See how they got that thing rigged? I'm telling you, these people are the shrewdest people that the world has ever seen. The people of the Roman Empire would be applauding, saying, boy, hey, they outdid us.
Y'all talking about the revolution gonna be televised. They'll never let nothing like this on CNN or Fox. That's right. That's crazy. Let me give a shout out to Ripple Man. And let me give a shout out to Slim. Appreciate y'all, man. Right. Said, call me stupid, but black people don't have representation. Love black people. Also, I call it the forest. Goes hard. I'm a white boy that love being a kid in the woods. That's what's up, Slim. I grew up in Bama. And when I think about the word forest, it sounds like, well, the forest is for us. The forest is for us. The forest is for us because we are woodland creatures. You know what I'm saying? Let me give a shout out to Ripple Man. He said, imagine flat earth videos like this. That'll be tight if we had cartoon animation type for children. And I'm looking into the technology to be able to make these cartoons. This channel actually teaches me. The good thing about this channel, they telling you what to do. Look, it tell you right here. The best way to start making animations is to order one of these things. So this is what they're making the animations with. It's like a tablet, and it's strictly for animations. And you draw, I guess you draw, and you know me with my symbols and my ideas in my mind. If I learn how to draw this stuff out of my mind with this software, oh yeah, I will really be making some fire animations. That's right. With some of the stuff, like I'll be making sci-fi movies type stuff. I might have to step my game up and learn a new talent just for the sake of taking my craft to the next level. Because that's the only thing in between it. It ain't like I can't afford one of these. It's I don't want to put the time into learning something new, going to the software. But if I do that, dog, man, I really could. Got me thinking. Bro Sanchez, please do this. Give us an understanding on why people are so far away from consciousness and ignoring the fact we are under heavy attack by white society and some people that look like us as well. Keep up your great work and continuing to give us valuable knowledge and information on the common enemy that's trying to destroy us. Peace and love. Rev Chap, man, much love. Thank you. Shout out to Frankie Dion, one of the channel members here. Did the Egyptian created other races or did aliens created different races? Please do a show on that. Okay, I will. And I'll do my own show on that. That'll be a whole stream. I got y'all. I'm going to actually copy these things into a little notebook right now while I'm going through them. The ones that I need to do a show on. That's what I should do. Hold on. Let me open up a word pad and copy these topics into a little thing. So the afterlife, the true nature of God and earth, or the salvia archetypes. Well, I already went over that. I actually went over that in quite detail in this stream, and I didn't think I would, but I will do more streams on that too, though. Break down the waste of money for believing in globe and the businesses that will fall if the truth is revealed. That's a good one. I kind of do that in my new documentary with NASA versus the Bible, but I need to dedicate a whole something to that, so I will do that. Us not being prepared without protection and guidance. Let me drop the people, if you want to call in. If you want to call in, I promised that I'd open up the call lines. Here you go. Start coming on in because I'm running through these. I pretty much covered all of them. People be wanting me to do the same thing. That makes it easy. Slim, man, what's good to the brother Slim? He hit me again with another super chat. He said, we've been ducking out in the woods forever. Over wake up in the woods. Golden Spark, what's good, bro? He said, I'm an artist. I can help you with that, bro. Email me, Golden Spark. I want to get into animations. I'm serious. Can help me get some of these wild ideas. I might can be making my own little sci-fi style joints. Let's let Adolphus get set up. What's good, Adolphus? You got your mic up? What's good, man?
How are you doing, bro? Sanchez?
I can't complain, man. Good to see you, man. What you got good for us today, sir? Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you. So you said that you're a busy man, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. You're about to get me about the email, ain't it? Because I'm about to go into the emails tonight. That's part of the
go
show.
ahead.
Yeah.
So hold on, let me see. I was wondering where I was thinking that we could set up a day where I could share my whole plan. You give me a whole show. I share my, my, my whole
I don't
plan
know if that's your
with your audience.
okay.
My
Okay,
email
yeah.
is Tolbert.
That would be the best thing to do, man. Listen,
Yeah,
email. Let's do this then. Let me see something.
because my email is tolbert.600@gmail.com.
Um, what's your email?
Tolbert Adolphus 600 at gmail.com.
Tolbert. That's what you said.
Adolphus 600 at
Tolbert
gmail.com.
Adolphus.
600 at gmail.com.
Tolbert Adolphus. Let me tell you something. And you don't take this the wrong way, young man. You're a genius. You know, you got to be on some shit like what you on with a name like Tolbert Adolphus. That sounds like you definitely gonna own some kind of company. That's a damn CEO name. That's like the son of Dr. Phil from Bel Air. If his name wasn't Carton, it would have definitely been Tolbert.
Okay, but like
Bro, you
actually,
got a rich kid name, like a smart, like Richie, a smart
actually,
rich kid name.
actually, I want to change my last name. I want to get an African name, which means to overcome any obstacle. Because one, you told me that I've always been able to overcome. I want to have an African last name, which means to overcome any obstacle. Because my first name means noble or noble or majestic wolf, right? My middle name means to be blessed. I want my last name to be to overcome any obstacle because I've overcome a lot of things in my life. I want to overcome any obstacle. That's what my last name. I want my last name to be because I don't want to have the. I don't want to be a conscious African with the last name of a sinner. So I want to have an African last name.
I can respect that. I ain't gonna hate on that. Hey, let me drop the link. People ain't trying to join with us. I was gonna do a one-on-one call-in, but I just thought about it. This is one of those shows for a round table. I'm tripping. Let me open up the gallery view.
So
Open up the.
so now so like what day? Because I'm free every day. I got no time every day, man. So like, cause like, what day are you free? Cause I was thinking like March. I was thinking March, like early March, or actually, maybe I was thinking so like, what day could you dedicate? Could you give me a whole show so I can share my point to your audience?
Hold up a second. Let me see here.
Cause like, and
Hold up a
also,
second.
yeah,
What about Monday?
next Monday. Hold on.
Monday this week after this weekend here.
March 10th.
That is going to be Monday the 3rd.
Oh, 3rd.
You prefer to do this on the 10th? That'll be better, but we can do it on the 10th. Give us more time.
Yeah, because I'm ready. I gotta be prepared mentally because gonna be a lot of eye. There's gonna be a lot of eyes on me. Like there's gonna
They
be a
on
lot of
you
eyes
right
on me.
now. They on you right now. It's gonna be
Yeah,
just like this right here.
yeah. Like you see what I'm saying? So and also I want to do it like during the daytime, not in the nighttime. Let me see. No, I want to do like during daytime, like during the day. And also, I was thinking that you could because and also when you check out my email, right? I sent you certain guidelines that I want because I
Good.
want this to go smoothly as possible. It to go as smoothly as possible. I sent you guidelines. I sent you certain conditions that this should go on. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want people interrupting. I don't want people talking, sporting out their name. I want people to. I want people to listen to understand and not listen to respond. You see,
Okay.
like
Whatever you
you know what
want,
I'm saying?
man.
And
We don't really gotta go into how we gonna do it
that's the
now, but we got the date and we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna set it up
because
and
yeah
it's
yeah
on
yeah
for sure.
yeah because if you look at my email, if you look at my in my email, is just look at my email. I send you everything. I send you a whole message and
Okay, yeah,
and
yeah.
yeah,
Let, let me let me get like I said, give me some time, brother.
yeah.
Let me
I'll
let,
give you
let,
time.
let me
Take
let
your
me
time.
let
I'm not
me
rushing. I'm not gonna rush.
yeah.
Take your time.
We you good, you good. But salutes to that. Let me welcome everybody on the show, man. I want to say salutes to all of y'all. Um, let's let brothers start getting it in, I guess. Let's pass it around and see what y'all got to say. Welcome back, man. It's good to see y'all, brothers. What's good, Santos? If you want it first, we'll pass it around. We got Joe M. Marlon, what's good, bro? Welcome back. And yeah, let's do it, man.
What's
Look
good,
at
man? Peace and love, man. Uh, I just want to kind of touch on what you was speaking on about deja vu, man. That definitely was right on the money. It definitely with the concept of us being inside of something, whether it's a simulation, a program, it makes sense that those type of errors would happen. Which gives us the proof that that's happening. If we was to do a scientific study and we would do scientific things, that would be part of the scientific study is deja vu, and the fact that that's happening proves that.
yep,
So you was right on the money, man.
yep.
Peace and love.
Because what the crazy thing about what people are so dumbed down, what they don't think about with deja vu is that science teaches us, and I put this in my own word, I don't know the scientific jargon and stuff, but the way they teach us is that tomorrow is like a blank page on a book that we're waiting to write on. The ancestors said every page in this book is already filled up with words. And that's why the Bible say in the beginning was the word. The script, everything was written out from beginning to end. And Christians will have to agree with that if they think that the Bible is prophetic. Because the Bible's saying from the beginning of the creation to the end of it, it's right here in all these pages. That means tomorrow ain't just a blank day, a blank page waiting to be wrote on, and like we can do something outside. In other words, ain't no such thing as free will. Because really we're in a simulation, and every avatar in the simulation already got a script written out that it's been running over and over. And the way out of here is to break the script. And the thing is, you know that you've been here before running that script over and over, because I think that's what deja vu is. And I think that the real version of you that's running that script in real time is running it in the base reality right now. And think about this. All time is being created right now. The past, present, and future exist as I speak within infinity. That mean that every action I ever took in my life, I'm still taking that action in some universe. So that mean in one universe, I'm walking across the stage at high school right now. In one universe, I'm just being born right now. In one universe, guess what, y'all? There's a universe out there where it's so ahead of this universe, it's doing actions that I ain't even did here yet. So you got these universes that's ahead of you in the future and universes behind you in the past. And deja vu is when I think that we're taking out this action in a lot. And my thing is this: what happens is we leave this universe sometime and we go to a future universe. And something happens in that future universe that ain't happened here yet. We come back here and it happens again here. And we say, I saw it before. Now, my whole thing is that is proof that all actions are ripple effects and string theory is true. Because every action you ever took, you still taking it right now. Now, think of it this way, right? Think of a person that's moving so damn fast, y'all. Think if I started to clap my hands, raise my hands, touch my face, but I started to do it so fast, boom, that all of those actions that I'm carrying out is in sequential order. They get tied together and they look like they're one big action. Because if you think about it, if I move my hand left to right, the slower I do it, it looked like two different separate motions. But the faster I do it, it becomes a blur. Just one big. And if you think of how like Neo was moving in the Matrix, he was standing up and bending down at the same time, but he was doing it so fast, you couldn't play out the actions in sequential order. It was like all of his actions, past, present, and future, were crossing over into each other because he was acting it out so fast. It was this, the simulation couldn't process the speeds. So you get this sort of glitch where all of these sequential actions that the universe is processing one at a time, they start to become this jumble. And you don't even, it's like you don't even know what he's doing first or last because all of it happening in one big, like when they was dodge, like you see what I'm saying? When they was doing all that. But that's what's happening on a spiritual level. Our Vitruvian man is in a pod with blindfolds on, suspended the scraps, moving like this in speeds that's crazy. And his sleeping self is acting out all the actions of all these avatars in every universe in that one God body. And all of those actions like Neo in the Matrix, that kind of speed of just change, it is like a star twinkling. Like, think about it. If you pull up Vitruvian Man, what was they were trying to tell us, Michelangelo? Watch this. This is the Matrix concept. You will see Vitruvian Man got all of these layers of himself. He moving so fast that it's creating that effect that I'm talking about. Let me find that in the Matrix. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this. They go to moving so fast, it just, you don't even know which action is past, present, or future because it becomes one fluid action. Like he's ducking down, standing up, ducking down, standing up. If he was doing it slow, you would know these are two different separate sequential action sequence. But once it goes so fast, you break away from time. This is like in Back to the Future. Once you reach a certain speed, the simulation can't process that. And what happens is that's when it glitches out. You can break rules like this within it. This what, when you're vibrating on a level that the simulation can't process your actions because your actions are too complicated, that's what Neo was at. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to raise our consciousness to where the way that we're moving and manifesting is so advanced that we will be moving through the simulation writing our own rules. We will be a being in this simulation that can break all the rules because the simulation won't really have an effect on us. It just will leave you alone. It just will fail to process you within the matrix. And that is giving you all the limitations that the regular people got who don't know that they're a god like Neo, and that the matrix is limiting them with their own belief in physics and what they can and can't do. And really, you can only imagine what we really can do and can't do as humans, as gods here, you know, based on the stuff we study about the ancients. But this is what Vitruvian man represent. The God like this, in my opinion, the simulation, like when Neo was in his bubble moving around. Think about this right now. Neo is fighting this agent, right? But that ain't Neo. That's his avatar in the Matrix. Neo is buckled down in the Trinity on a table, plugged in. And when Neo is in the Matrix, it's his glorified avatar, or what they call the Christ body, his God, the anointed body. That was when Christ died and rose up, and now death, he conquered death. The Caesars can't touch him now. That's like Neo. The old Neo had to die for the new one to rise up. That's what the oracle was telling him, his transformation. Now he can break the rules of the Matrix like Jesus. So Jesus can ascend up to the sky now. Can't nobody else do that because they bound to what? Gravity. They don't know that the way to heaven is through out-of-body experience, and that's what Jesus did. So it's like, how did Neo leave the Matrix? He died. Basically, he went to the other side. He crossed over. He was a dot that disappeared off of their grid. That they mean he ain't there no more. That mean they can't track him. He took his tracker out. These bodies that we are in, they can be tracked. The truth is that we already entered human skins that's hooked up to an ancient internet of things. And they just keep rebuilding one layer of that on top of the next every reset. But we are Neo, and we can move like this. It's people in this Matrix, y'all. They are literally able to they will do things you don't think possible because you don't know the real physics of this place and what's possible. But Vitruvian man, and listen, I'm gonna end with this, right? They got these little virtual reality games. They string you up in this big circle. Let me see if I can find it. I'm just gonna type these words in I just said and see if it pop up. But they got these games where they suspend you and you like levitating, but you in this circle and you got these strings tied to you. Y'all know what I'm talking about. What's that called? So I can pull it up.
What you asking about?
It's this thing where they take your arms, they put you in this big circle and they suspend you in it, and you're strapped up like all this stuff. You can move around. Yeah.
Is that like the gyroscope? Gyroscope?
Yeah, it's like a human gyroscope type thing. I guess that's a good way to search for it.
That's like the boardwalk thing, right?
Yeah. Now check this out, right? In the base reality, we're in one of these. And we think when we walking and moving that we going 10 miles up there and 5 miles here, but really you ain't going nowhere. You are trapped, you inside of your little virtual reality pod, and your whole reality is in this circle. And let me show y'all something about this. In Satanism, watch this. They rubbing this in your face. Watch this. I'm going to put out my Travis Scott stream again, too. I talked about this. These people, they do this. They'll have, let me show y'all some. They'll stand inside that pentagram circle, standing in. Let me show you. I can't find it when I need it, but you find all these celebrities, they will make a circle and stand in the 5-pointed. Y'all know what I'm talking about? There you go. A lot of celebrities do this. Now look, what this represent is you and your simulation. This is what it represent right here. In other words, this right here is what Vitruvian man is. Look, Vitruvian man is showing what your real God body is doing in the base reality. You're inside the hamster wheel. And guess what? All of your actions in the simulation is being transported as power that they're using to power something on the other side, because all of our physical action in this circle is connected some to translate, to intercept that energy like a hamster on a wheel. I'm using it to power my house. That's why they don't want you to wake up. Because if enough of us get out of these wheels, then the energy that's we using to power this game that we sleep playing, this game is being powered by our own action in the wheel. So when we break out of this wheel like Samson did when he pushed the thing back, and when they talk about the scarab beetle rolling up its own ball, this is you, the scarab beetle with the dung ball, with the shit over your face, covering you from reality. That's Vitruvian man. Why do you think they call him Vitruvian man, and why we call it a virtual reality? This is your virtual, in other words, this is your virtual experience that Michelangelo is trying to show you with art. And what he's showing you, one of your bodies is in a circle, one of your bodies is trapped in a square, and one of your bodies is trapped in a diamond. One is trapped in a, and you can give me what they call these. Let me show you what I'm showing. Let me show you something. Here it is. Let's talk about the 5 platonic solids. You can say there's a universe that is manifesting the geometry behind each one of these shapes. And these are all of your chakras besides the crown and the root. You will be left with 5. Now, what if and what I'm saying is you got Vitruvian man is in each shape. It's a different version of him in each shape. So each universe has its own sacred geometrical cymatics to it, right? And so all of these shapes are interwoven over each other to just make a spiky ball. If you picture that in your mind, if you take every shape in existence and overlap it over each other, you'll just get some that look like the coronavirus ball. It'll make just a dot, and it'll be a bunch of spikes sticking out the side because all the shapes got different edges. So, but the thing what I wanted to point out was what we seeing here with Vitruvian man. The twinkling of a star is a soul inside of its own Ezekiel's wheel, moving at a hyperbolic speed because it's manifesting the action in one God body, but it's manifesting multiple actions at one time across many universes. Think about what I'm saying here. These circles around your body, guys, are what I keep telling you is the chakra layers. Look at here. Oh, my bad. I'm typo. Hold up. I brought this up earlier. When you see the person in the middle of the ripples, that is what I'm telling y'all here with the virtual reality. Us in the middle of the Saturn video game, the trickster, because this is a big gaming. This is what you really look like. This is why Jesus cross on the cross. What is Jesus doing? His arms is like this. So when a person is in the middle of this satanic little pentagram and they submit themselves, spread their body out, all that, it's a ritual to show what the God body did, like Adam and Eve when it consorted with the serpent to enter the earth realm. We already did our little Satan ritual. That's how you get to this place. What they're doing is just a mock-up ritual to show you what we did on a spiritual level. We entered this circle, we did the alchemy, and we transported to the underworld for this experience. And this is what you look like in the real reality. So the sperm that went inside the circle was you going inside your little virtual reality game. But once we going in this circle, it's going to play out as a sperm going in a little egg. But the knowledge of you stepping inside this circle of the earth is going to play out as everything we did on the other side. That's why the sperm go in the egg. Because you signed up for this game, and every action you took in the base reality, it played out as a false little biological representation. So the real God self is playing a game, and it walked into a circle, but that was played out as the sperm going into the egg. So we see what that is. So what I'm saying, you ain't really been born yet, because in heaven, souls aren't born through female wombs. They are activated inside of stargates. So you got all of these deactivated souls that's in heaven. These are like angels that never went to the earth. They doing good, but not in their own will. They doing good because all of the beings that we create in heaven are programmed to be good when God make the angels. An angel is just a default shell, is not an identity. Every baby is the same in heaven. Ain't no identities. You just an angel doing good, and that's why every baby's goo goo gaga. That's what it's like there. You came to the earth so that you can be your own God and get an individuality. That's what this wheel is doing. It's like a mirror that's gonna reflect. It's basically saying, okay, you little young God, you want your identity now? Stand in the mirror and decide who you want to be. Work on yourself. And the mirror is this earth realm. It's this circle that we in. Just like when you look in the mirror and you see a reflection of yourself, just think, right? This game that we playing, this is like a Stargate wheel. Watch this. In the middle of the Stargate is like a water pool. That's your reflection. That's why I was showing you the reflection image at first, when the face of God hovered above the waters. God never went into the Stargate. God didn't have to do nothing but hover above it to see his reflection. You don't got to walk into the mirror. You stand in front of the mirror and you create this alternate form of the self. And that's like doing this right here in our base reality. You make an avatar in the game. That's God's reflection in the Stargate wheel in the virtual reality. So Michelangelo is showing us Vitruvian Man is the virtual reality gamer that exists in Eden, waiting to break out of its little. See, in this earth, you were born when the sperm bust out the egg, because it went in the egg and got stuck, and it transformed and it became a human and broke out the egg. Guess what? That got to happen again. You got to do that again, because your body is like a sperm cell and the earth is like a bigger egg. And now you got to break out this egg. And when you break out this egg, eventually you'll break out the last egg, which will be this gamer busting this little machine open like Samson. And then you're going to wake up back in heaven like, man, I ain't never playing that again. That was crazy. You're going to be like, bro, how long was I playing it? It's going to be like when they wake up Neo on a Trinity ship to his real body. And you're going to be, bro, how long was I in the Matrix? And they going to debrief you and let you know that you are a fallen angel. We left the earth thousands of years ago, and we tried to explore space, and we got trapped in alternate realities. And they going to bring you part of the Galactic Federation so you can go out there and wake others up. Because what you'll see, there's a lot of souls in these little wheels thinking that they living in the real earth. But we've been left the real earth, and they're Vitruvian men being harnessed by AI in earths that we abandoned. This one of them. We really living out the Matrix, y'all. So one thing I want to show you with these images here is that what was I going to go into for lose my mind. So they inside dang man, something just left my mind. But yet you can see this right here in so many concepts, like Jesus coming out the Vesica Pisces, Enoch coming through the MGM line in the circle. The circle of the earth is a machine that's around your body. And basically when we in this machine, it's like waking up from a nightmare. If you're moving too violently in your sleep, you will wake up under your own chaotic motions. So it's like when a person is in a nightmare, they twisting and turning. And they will twist and turn so violently that they motion will wake them up out of the sleep. And that's the body's built-in defense mechanism so that it won't get too hard for you in a nightmare. See, you'll wake your own self up. You'll do something like fall out the bed or slack yourself in the face. And the thing, that's to say that this machine, the more violent your actions get because you realize you in a simulation, you trying to break out now. And the more you raise your vibration, the more this gamer is moving more violently. The AI is that's guarding this thing is about to run. They like, yo, this one right here moving real. It's like this machine about to break. So the split that's in between your left and right brain is the real you in the middle of this circle. And the left and right brain is each of them is a controller. We saw this in the Men in Black. Let me show y'all the Men in Black. The little man in the head, that's Vitruvian Man. That's who really playing the game. That's the soul. Here we go. The controllers is the left and right brain. You see it here? They rub this all in our face. Another symbol that they give you, Michael Jordan inside of the circle. And what they say, Jump Man. Why do they call it Jump Man? They got a movie called Jumpers. It's talking about the technology that we created to take flight and leave Earth. We're not in Earth. We left Earth, we took flight. And look at this, flight. You look at the Jordan logo, it's him circled up like that, but it's another form of the Vitruvian concept. But it's so many other ways I can show y'all this Vitruvian Man. I'll be here all day, man. But I think y'all get the point. Now, the thing is, your God body is moving like Neo. What's happening is this, right? Let me show this ought to make y'all feel good and take a lot of fears away. Check this out. I remember when I saw The Matrix, right? I said, that would be really cool if I could move like this from this scene. What if you can move like that? And what if everybody knew, man, if I could move like that, I would be God, right? What if you had to train to move like that? And what if everything we going through now is ultimately when you wake up? What if I told you the real you already learning to move like that? And the moment you learn, you get more faster and raise your vibration at these high speeds, you're going to break this damn machine loose. And they going to clap for you. Hooray. And you're going to be like, damn, I'm able to move like Neo. Because you train how to do that in the game. In my mind, the perk that Neo got when he learned how to move so fast that he was able to break the physics of time with his motions. That's what Christ was. That's the same ability that allow you to be multidimensional. And basically, that's the ultimate perk of the Matrix. And it's represented in a physical way by peeping this action, because there's no way. How would you describe a person that's living out multiple realities at one time? It'll be like Mama Callie. It'll be like what we looking at here. She's another form of Vitruvian Man. When you're moving so fast, it looked like you got 4 arms. You know, if you look at him, he got 2 arms. But once you move them fast enough, and that's the thing about these people. Like when you look at Callie here, she's moving her arms so fast, she's ripping through the fabric of space-time. This is a woman that broke out of her earthly body and resurrected as a goddess ready to kick ass with the system. This is the Neo concept. So the energy Callie got is the energy Neo got. Okay, I just died. My soul is out of my body, and I'm realizing I got these abilities to move like a god in my god body. Now I'm about to go back to Earth and kick some agents' ass for not telling me this. That's the whole thing behind Callie. And they turned this was the Matrix movie before in other words, the script of the Matrix is an old story that's been told, man. It's the same story of Jesus going back into the earth realm to beat up the devil. Jesus was a spirit in heaven. It was God in heaven. And God left heaven to beat the devil up, then go back to heaven. That's like Neo leaving the Matrix, then going back into the Matrix to beat up the agents now. They've been telling this story for so long, y'all. The Matrix ain't new. I know everybody want to think that Sophia Stewart created the Matrix. We all created the Matrix. That's right. This is our story. No one owns this story. This is the story of Neo. It's the story of your soul. And I can go even deeper with this knowledge, but I got callers on. We got to share the mic. I'm sorry about that, guys. Go ahead. Well, I can keep going with my motor mouth now if y'all don't be nice. It's first man. Yeah.
What up? What up? First time caller, long time listener. Salutes.
Big salutes.
Man, I appreciate coming across your way, and I really appreciate your work with the syncretism and tying so many avenues together. And I do share your channel with my community to, spread the good word. So thank you.
I really appreciate that. I really do.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's really cool, but it's wild. Like in the syncretism, everything going every which way. It's like, I don't know. I mean, you say so many things tonight, but just with like the Matrix and the chessboard and the awakening and the return, like, man, you got a motor mouth, dog. I was like trying to keep up, keep track of my thoughts. But I will say that I do think that bringing it all together, showing it from every which angle with the syncretism is really important and valuable. And that's a cool movement. And I've been studying some of this things from different avenues with the spirituality, and then with sociology and interpersonal relationships and psychology. And it all seems like it kind of boils down to the same thing. Is like it's the same thing on every level. Like maybe that's what we're talking about. I don't really have a point, but you feel me? Like.
Now, Clara, say that again. I'll do that sometime just so I can give a thorough answer. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Like, we could look at it like a checkerboard or a chessboard. We could look at it like the Matrix. We could look at it like all the cosmologies. We could look at it as our interpersonal relationships with our friends and family, community, and society. But it kind of seems like in the syncretism lens, like everything's working on the same level. Like if you can figure out certain elements, you start to recognize, like you're saying, like everything taps together once you figure out certain key elements. It's not that simple. I don't know. Do you feel me?
It's not that simple. I'm trying to feel where you going.
It's not complicated. It's simple. Like, all right, check it. Like, you're looking at the game. You're like, I'm in this game. You're like, I'm in this realm. I'm in this matrix.
Okay.
But then once you start to realize the true nature of the I am and the message that was handed down and that is true among the unity, then you can start to perceive the lens in a new way. Like every level we're taking a step, we're getting a new perspective. You're talking about like, oh, like you wake up, like when you were talking earlier, I mean, you were, so many thoughts in my mind, but like a few days ago, last week, I woke up from a dream, and it wasn't a bad dream. It was kind of a good dream, but it was kind of, it was a vast dream. And I woke up and I'm like clawing at the air, and I'm talking, I'm speaking in my body in this world as I wake up out of the dream. And that's how I realized that I was dreaming and I'm waking up. So in terms of all that, like that's all general, but I guess my question to you right now is like I said, respect, salutes, appreciate all the work, all the knowledge every time, tapping in, spreading the love. But are you applying any of this information or knowledge or study or message to any of the like legal and lawful aspects of the knowledge, or is it purely spiritual or purely personal, or do you have anything to speak about that?
What would be the legal and lawful aspects of it?
Well, in that regard, it would be like the legal aspect would be kind of the statute code, universal commerce code aspect, and then the lawful aspect would be the living man, natural man, creation of the creator aspect, and then the nexus between the two. Like, I don't know if you tap into that or any of your community does, and that was kind of my question.
Okay. So the legal aspect of the matrix is that they genetically modified our bodies so that they can claim them. And here's something you need to know. We don't own our bodies. Yes, sir. It's like if they create human skins and they say y'all can upload your consciousness into these skins, but they owned by Amazon, they owned by Nike. Your body is owned by a corporation, which is why they call it a corpse. Yes, so sir. my thing is that that's why we can't take our bodies with us, because it literally belongs to the corporations. They don't want to tell you that everything on this earth has been genetically modified by the corporations for so long, ever since Egypt. These corporations go all the way back. They've terraformed, this thing that we call the human body so much for so many years that now it ain't nothing we own. It'll be like this, right? If I'm a transhuman, if I'm a cyborg, before I became a cyborg with all these parts in my body that's made by Microsoft and Google, I had full autonomy over my flesh. But now I have incorporated myself in corpse by applying things to my biology that I don't even own. They even got the logo of Microsoft on it. So technically, once enough of me is modified, like it's like this. Science can't take a piece of corn by law and copyright it because it's natural and nature made corn for everybody. But if they take that piece of corn and genetically modify it, they can own that. What they're not telling us is that by law, they own every human being because your corpse was tampered and genetically modified with, and you're a type of human that was bred to serve them, indoctrinated to serve. You're like the corn that they bred to do a certain purpose. They bred you for a certain purpose, in this case to be a dumbed down consumer that just obey and listen to what you're told. Now, you ain't that naturally. That's literally a mutation of what we became. And that's the version of us that they can legally own. And they can legally own that because we literally are sheeple that submit to them by consent willingly when we're under that kind of indoctrination and under those kind of modified conditions. We will literally just become willingly sheep of the corporations. And there go your answer. Now, what you think about that, Joe? And that they represent
yes,
that
sir.
with the straw man, the capital letters, and all that.
No,
Yeah,
no.
go ahead.
Yeah, you know, you already know, man. You're speaking to it. I hear you. I feel you. Thank you. 100%. So like, I'm studying that stuff. I'm working with that community, and then in those discussions, it's like I'm always bringing back the spirituality. I'm always thinking about the chessboard and the matrix, and then also, you know, my family and this dream life. And so it's like, I hear you. I know you already know. Can you give a message to the people about like rising up out of that?
You know what, guys? Here's the thing. It's like saying, can you teach them how to die? And really, the lesson for you to rise up, if you don't learn it in your lifetime on your own, I can't help you with it. The way that this works, what's holding all of us puppets down into the earth realm is the strings that's attached to us. I can't cut you loose. Think about a bunch of puppets tethered to strings. And everybody's saying, what do I got to do to rise up? You got to do the same thing I got to do. Untie myself, unplug. And guess what? The crazy thing about this, I can't do this for nobody, and they can't do it for me. Every puppet got to cut their own strings.
Yes, sir.
Facts. Hey, salute.
Yes, sir.
And if you asking me, like, what would that look like living a life? Just guess what? Once you put good intent in your heart, you just planted the seed that you telling your flesh, I want to move in the right direction. This life is a crossroads. If you're on this stream right now, you are a person that's interested in battering yourself for righteousness, and you will want to think more intuitive versus instinctive. That right there is like the spirit making a right at the road versus a left. And if you would have never came into contact with this knowledge, you would have been like everybody else in the matrix, just a typical left brain thinker. And left brain thinkers can't see outside of what physics teach them about the universe. And we look at them like, you can't see the lies? No, because they're not using their right brain. So they can't see how the earth is flat. We think that they shields. A lot of time we think these people just playing dumb. Most of them are like Jaron, of course, but most of the people in the world, though, the innocent people that's going to work every day, they really just think you're a dumb flat earther that just going against the system. And that's their left brain. The left brain is the part of us that think like a group. If everybody else say it's a globe, then I'm going to say it's a globe. That's like the part of us that don't really combat nothing. It doesn't challenge the status quo. It does what it got to do for survival. And for survival, you want to blend in with the pack. We're pack animals. So the left brain going to always go with consensus. And the earth ain't flat by voting. Everybody, if they say, listen, if you vote left, the earth is a globe. If you vote right, it's flat. By spiritual voting, most of the humans on this earth is voting that we live on a globe. And guess what? Technically, it becomes a real reality in the thought space. Because you may say, man, the globe don't exist. Yes, it does. I will never tell you the globe don't exist. I will tell you it's fake. But the globe is real. It exists in people's mind. In fact, something can exist in your mind that don't even exist in the real world. And the thing that exists in your mind can be more of a reality than what exists in your house. And that's how you see people swinging at the air and running from stuff that ain't there. Because what's real ain't just dictated what's around us, it's dictated what's in us too. And when they can program these lies into us, your body don't know the difference between what's real and fake. When you tell your body you on a globe, it'll try to respond biologically to that.
Yes, sir. I hear you 100%. I appreciate you speaking on that and spreading the good word. And I'm going to yield the floor. And I thank you and much respect to the whole fam. And last thing, if anybody doesn't know, I hope you all already know. If you don't know, I'm gonna tell you. It's a Von Benjamin, Midnight, Akabeka, Drop in Science, Rest in Power, The Most High, Roots Rastafari. Check it out. Von Benjamin, love and respect. Thank you very much. I yield the floor. Peace. Thank you.
Joe, I appreciate you, man. It was so awesome with talking with you for sure.
Dude, I'm always here. I'm always listening. Long time listener, first time caller, babe. All right. Respect.
Yeah, man. I definitely need calls like this. I'm gonna leave the floor open myself because I have been kind of going long-winded. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, salute, bro.
Salute,
Hey,
Ski.
I want
What's
to
good,
ask you a
bro?
question.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's up, bro? Salute to you, man. Hey, I wanted to ask you, when you was talking a few minutes ago before I got on, you just kind of reminded me of something I was talking about. So, would you agree that, we talking about the different magnetic fields and the different cells within the cells? You know what I'm saying? This is what a lot of people not aware of because a lot of people are traditionally entangled with religion and education and stuff like that. So the church and the state kind of take the place to the mind and the soul really wrap in the body. You see what I'm saying? Everything happened in the non-physical before it comes to the physical, and these people know that. So if they can make the people think outside of the box and not care to be in control of their mind and their soul, that would make it easier for them to take control of the body and be able to manipulate in these things, as you say. Do you think like that would be a problem? Because I heard the bro ask like, what should we do to get out of it? Nothing to do to get out of it, but to
Yeah.
be aware of what's going on would be a start. What you think about that?
Yeah, it's like this, right? When a caterpillar go in a cocoon, it ain't gonna necessarily transform to a butterfly. You can have these it's like a dull or I don't know if there's a such thing as putting a seed in the ground with a defect so it didn't really grow to nothing. It just stayed there as a seed. But you can have a caterpillar that go spin a cocoon, it'll go in that cocoon and never wake up. And that cocoon will just biodegrade, fade away. And you may ask yourself, like, why do some caterpillars turn to butterflies and others don't? And ask that question again, Key Norfolk. I'm gonna tie it into that.
Yeah. I was saying, like, do you think that people not being aware
Yeah, that's what I
of
want to say.
their mental
Yeah,
and physical power? Cause we gotta. Oh
yeah,
yeah, go ahead. I want to.
yeah. Because look, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Hmm.
Could I be a lawyer or a doctor if I don't even know that a lawyer or a doctor exists?
Right. There's levels to these. Right. We are the same shit because
So the
think about
first,
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead, yeah,
No, like a dim, like a dim section. See, in order for it to manifest to its fullest extent, think about a bullseye. You got the middle of the bullseye, which would be the mind, because that's what moving up the elevator in your chakra system. See, all these things, people thinking like they bloodline and all that's gonna make them spirituality or what they involved in. No, it's your actions. And that's something else that you were saying too. Like you gotta be righteous. You gotta be on this side of the spiral. You know what I'm saying? To what y'all call God is what's coming from the source, like growth, development, natural things. You understand what I'm saying? Those things that was gonna point out in your chakra. So when they look at your sexual chakra, it's gonna have a score on it. If you just having crazy sex all the time, or you know what I'm saying, then they're gonna look at your stomach chakra and see what's the score there. How you eat, how your solar plexus, how your heart. What type of things come off your tongue? What type of things be on your mind? This gonna be the grade to see if you can fit through that eye of a needle. Like so, with people not being um really aware of their different cells of the cell. Like you got an astral body, you know what I'm saying? A place where your emotions and feelings go, stuff like that. I don't think a lot of people are aware of that, and I think that's how they manipulate and control. So I just wanted to ask you, man, how you felt about that.
No, that's a good question, I love to bring up the caterpillar, the cocoon, the butterfly, and now you finna get me in my bag with that now. Because when you like, why is it, what are these people not realizing what they are? That's it, man. If you teach everybody we are servants and there's a God above us versus you're a God and there's a heaven above you, people won't ask, how me as God, how do I get back to my home, which is heaven, because gods belong in heaven? They will say, well, I'm a servant and I belong on the earth and I got to beg a God to save me to get me to heaven when you're a God that fell from heaven. So now when you say I'm not a God, I'm a servant of God, and now I got to wait on a God to come bring me to heaven, that God becomes science and a space program saying, we gonna send humans to space. And people don't see how that's one and the same. But when you say people don't realize their potential, that's why you can't be something you don't know exists. Like if I go to the average person, if I say I'm a God, they'll say, boy, that's blasphemy. You ain't no God. Now Jesus went around saying he was God and ye are gods. And then nobody believe him. And guess what? Everybody that believed what Jesus said, Jesus told them they can go to heaven. But if you didn't believe what Jesus said, you ain't gonna go to heaven, because Jesus didn't tell you to believe in him to go to heaven. He told you heaven was within you. So Jesus didn't say, Jesus wasn't there to guide you to follow him. Jesus was there so you can follow his ways, not him. He was there. So he said, if you copy off me, right? Like it's like your brother saying, look, little bro, I'm going to show you how to dive in the water. This is how you do it. Boom. You diving behind your brother ain't you following your brother per se. It's you copying him. Like it's crazy because it's like everybody on their own path. And that's what Jesus was trying to teach, to manifest your own power within, the power that you said people don't know they got. So they try to find that power and everything else outside of them. Like people will pray to the sky for some power to drop out the clouds, but they forget Jesus said the kingdom is within. So my whole thing is, I believe that the caterpillars that don't turn into butterflies, they don't believe that they butterflies. And the caterpillars that turn into butterflies, they're saying, I'm a butterfly. And these caterpillars that are saying, I'm a butterfly, the other caterpillars are telling them, you ain't no butterfly. You ain't got no wings on you.
Right.
You're a caterpillar. And I believe it's just a choice called belief. And it ain't believing in nothing outside of you. If you believe in yourself, you can transform yourself to anything you want to be. This is facts. So this is what the whole belief system was about. The power, the belief don't work if you believe in anything more than your own, your bit. Because if you believe in another being more than yourself, that's your God. And you'll wait on it to do the things you think you can't. And you think you can't do them things. Why? Because you don't believe in yourself. If we believed in ourselves just with a little bit of the amount of energy that we believe in these gods, we will manifest more in our life overnight than what we did in years of being in a church praying for it. So I believe that the caterpillars, like I said, you got bee larvae. That bee larva will sit in that little honeycomb and it'll never become a bee. It'll die in that pit. And then all the other bees will have to reuse that pit for another one, because every larva don't turn into a bee. And every human don't transform into a god, because They don't and think about, in order for me to go to the second grade, I can't wait till I get to the second grade. I got to transform myself into a second grader at the end of my first grade year. And if I do that, my first grade teacher will let me go to the second grade. And that's because I'm no longer a first grader. You don't become a second grader at the first day of your second grade year. You become a second grader at the last day of your first grade year.
Hey, that's fact, bro. That's exactly what I'm saying because just like that caterpillar, right? He don't have the light in that section of his consciousness for him to become a butterfly. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's
Because
dim there. So
yeah,
yes.
oh my bad boy. You get,
No,
yeah,
no,
you
no. Go
got it.
ahead.
Hell yeah.
Nah.
Because
Yeah, because people will tell you you can have an idea. You could be like, man, I'm gonna open my own business up tomorrow. Somebody tell you, man, you ain't gonna do that, or you see what I'm saying? That's the same like what you were saying about the bees and stuff like this. So, uh, that's why I was at like these different magnetic fields because man, the ether is like the purest form of the source that we can connect with, and that's what comes through us when it comes to our spiritual and our mental states. See what I'm saying?
yeah.
It's like water. See what I'm saying? But people don't really have knowledge of that, of how to project things until their magnetic fields. You see what I'm saying? And then be able to manifest, what they call manifest. This how things supposed to go. But people lives go the way it go because they have on their mind the projections of what's advertised to them.
Yeah.
You got on your mind living the American dream, paying a mortgage till you die, and then you dying and just at 56 from cancer. Like, it's really like a lot of sorcery going on, but the people allow it because they suffer for a lack of knowledge. And my bad, bro.
Hey, salutes to everybody on the call and to Key Norfolk for this fire bill, man. Real talk. This is fire. And yeah, man, it's like you don't become a second grader in the second grade. The second grade is to make you into a third grader. And if you become a third grader by the end of the second grade, they will say he's a third grader, let him cross over. But if they say, nah, he's still a second grader, they're going to keep you there. You see how this works? So a lot of people are thinking heaven is a place where we go to and we become gods. And the trick is that earth is a place where we come to train and transform into a god. And if you don't become a god before you leave the earth, you can't go to heaven.
Wow, drop a ball, bro.
Facts.
Drop a ball right
Facts,
there.
man. Because
Yo,
your heart gotta be right, bro, to unlock all the three cells that surrounding each other. Mind you, your soul is your aura. That's your whole everything shining outside you. Then your mind inside you. So the two non-physical parts is really wrapping your body, waiting to see what I'm saying. See what your great. This is the scales. When they say the scales, what balance is.
Skills of my yacht, yeah.
another part of
That's
it too,
it.
another way to look at it is like the soul is light, right? And the moon and the sun and everything is like every and once upon a time, like every landmass had every strain of everything. Like you can look at the rainbow, right? Like my mom, she's from the islands and she still talks about how there's purple bananas. Like there used to be a time where you could find every single fruit, every single person, every single everything in every single color. But over time, like Rome, with technology, doing deals with ETs, and they've demonized a lot of things that are actually good, like even giants, dragons, like they're ancient natives, indigenous, and people in America. We would actually fight
evil Anunnaki, evil reptilians. And Roman would create technology like guns, cannons, all kind of shit. And they would slowly get 7-year-olds, farmer races, to slowly sell out. And going back to that point of how a soul is light, right? Everything is light. Everything has light in it. And the sun, it's like it's literally the sun's out 50% of the time, and then the moon's out 50% of the time. So like when the sun's out, it's bringing all that moisture out that needs to be dried out. And then the moon comes, it brings dew, right? Mountain Dew, they make a joke on it. There's a lot of symbolism that they joke about. But like the moon, going back to that, right? We're all basically, it's one, right? Going back to that, we're all one. We're all basically a different part of the light experiencing itself. Literally, like even a dolphin, that's you. We're all one. And whatever the light seeks, right? Whatever the light seeks to experience or seeks to know, you will literally gravitate towards that vessel needed for that light to gain the understanding that light seeks, because we're all moon and sun. We're literally everywhere. Like, going back to that point, y'all said it's like water. Literally, air is like water, but you can't see it. Air is like another form or another, like every element is literally connected in a way of waves, and everything works in waves, right? Like we're at a point right now where we're hitting a low point where beings have to see what parasites, like on a micro level, right? If we look at things on a micro level and we look at it and we see it and we see how parasites are taking advantage of cells, getting them to because cells make up the body, right? Cells make up or in the body, it makes it up. And we're basically cells on this bigger body. We're literally the builders, the building blocks of this bigger body, literally. Like if you look at this on a Hawkeye view, all you see is little stuff, little ants moving around, because we're the cells on this bigger body. Basically, we're literally in an ocean. The galaxy is an ocean, and literally we're a droplet. And on a micro level, we're able to experience life because we're able to basically like FPS. We're on a micro level. We're able to see
Yeah,
more
you got
frames
another
per
mic open.
second, see more light, and we basically like if we look at it this way, right? Going back to the flat Earth, think of the flat Earth as a park fountain, right? Look at the water in that fountain going up. It goes to the bottom, and then it goes back to the top. That water is light, and we all go up and we all go down, and we all experience everything, and we're all a different part of the whole, experiencing everything. Even the leaf, even the piece of grass. The piece of grass is young starlight feeling how it feels to grow and exist with everything around it. And literally, like, if you look at villages today, they would have the caretaker of the children, the caretaker of the plants. They would have farmers, but now they're replacing it with factories, dams, oil rigs. So now we're looking at nature like a toy. We're not respecting nature. We're just like, oh, we got filters. We're advancing with technology, but it really is going to hit a low point where technology may not even work. Like if we look into it now, they're creating all this. They're really getting into different kind of biological technology because they know technology may not even last out with all of the return of the light. And you know how they put man in the place of the light. to try to usurp that power, saying, "Oh, you gotta go through the stairway, and you gotta work, and you gotta work hard, and hopefully you'll get there." But that reality is really a reality where we're being all lied to, and now we're hitting it like on a mic. If we go back to the micro level, we're hitting a state where we're gonna have to go against the parasites. We can't just keep going along to get along. Like, we've all been duped, we've all been played, we've all been played by the parasites. We've all been put in an angle, in a perspective to where they take advantage of each landmass the way they want to take advantage of the Rome bastards, right? So if we look at this on a deep level, going back to the I mean, what do y'all think about that, right? The soul's light, everything, but like,
Well,
I lost my
I
train of
think,
thought.
one
man.
thing.
Oh, my bad.
Somebody who's trying to speak your name. Let me see who that is. Brother Star Trek. Brother Star Trek, turn off your YouTube. Turn off this
Yo,
show.
my mic got muted. Did y'all hear that?
Everything that you just said, we heard it.
All right, cool.
Brother Star
Yeah.
Trek.
I just,
Hold up, everybody need to mute up. I'm trying to talk to Brother Star Trek and his other brothers muting in.
Salute.
Star Trek, I can't let you unmute your mic until you cut off the YouTube video. Let me explain something to you, Brother Star Trek. When you call into a radio station, you got to cut your radio off, else they're going to hear they self double. If you call into a radio station with the radio on, you get echo. So, Brother Star Trek, cut your YouTube broadcast off, and then you can just talk to me, the radio DJ host, through the phone, and I won't hear myself in the background on your radio too, on your TV or whatever you watching is on. So do that, then you can unmute. To the people who listening to me, I was speaking earlier about Vitruvian man, and I was talking about this sort of human gyroscope concept. This is what they call an atom, which is a man. Atom is Vitruvian man. That's why if you look at an atom, right, you will see that the atom is your little virtual. This is the game that we're in. In the middle of that is a diamond. That's your real self. That's the pineal gland. But each one of us is in our own little atom in this. You see all these stars as a human. Each one, all of us humans is a star in the sky sleep in our own bubble. And guess what? We all in like an online gaming scenario right now. But when you lead a game, you're going to look around you and see a bunch of humans just sleep in their little bubbles like this dude right here still playing the game. And you going to be one of these little atoms that bust open like Samson or Neo in the Matrix. So my whole thing about this atom, all of us are atom, like, and the word atom is meta, the metaverse. Now watch this though. If you look at this concept of the human gyroscope, go back to Vitruvian man. Now I'm going to give you some artwork from Ezekiel's wheel. Here is what the Bible described at Ezekiel. Ezekiel was able to leave the simulation and come back to the simulation. Ezekiel is in a gyroscope. He's in one of these circles that I'm telling y'all about. So go look up the concept like with Ezekiel's wheel, and you'll see what I'm saying about Vitruvian man and all the rest of them. They talking about this in the Bible with Ezekiel. And he was like Enoch. He was able to, with this technology, allowed him to ascend. And that's because Ezekiel represent.
Still doing it.
Okay, I got you. It's because Ezekiel, I'm still talking. It's because Ezekiel represents technology that we had in Eden which is what I'm showing you here, this Vitruvian, this virtual reality technology, this game that we're in. And this is what we look like in Eden right here. So this is what Ezekiel is showing us, the technology that allowed us to be fallen angels, because what is Ezekiel? They say he's an alien, he's a fallen angel, he's a Nephilim. No, he is this, it's the concept I'm giving you now. He's a gamer inside of a virtual reality, and that's him. See, look at this, what I just said right here. You see all the other gamers around Ezekiel? Now here go Ezekiel in his will. He's in the simulation playing the game. Look at him. And Ezekiel, there's a bunch of more other gamers around him in playing it too. Right here, see? And there's one big mothership in the middle, and that's the real reality. That ain't the game. So what we playing in this little circle of ours is our own little video game of a real reality that we call in the mothership or Eden, which is this big ball in the middle. We left Eden so that we can basically make our own version of it in our own little bubble. But when we come back, everyone will coexist in their own world and in one world. That's the beauty of it. You will be basically, all of y'all will be separate and unified at the same time. The paradox that I'm telling you, like, everybody gonna create their own version of heaven and head back to the, like, you see what I'm saying? But what we all gonna conclude with is that the ultimate reality is we was all exactly the same. We all agreed to what we call Eden. So imagine that you had a bunch of people leave heaven because they thought they could make a better version of it. And at the end of their quest to do so, they all concluded that, yep, ain't nothing really better than what we had. That's the ultimate knowledge. And that right there is the prodigal son coming back home, realizing it ain't nothing really better out there than what was here in the kingdom. So that's why Jesus ultimately ascended back to heaven too. Just like you see all of these other people going back to the base reality. So that's what our journey out we had to see for ourselves, because it's like if you was born in heaven and that's all you know, and everybody else been outside of that and they like, man, ain't nothing else out there that's better than the base reality here. But you never been out there. They can tell you that, but you gonna have to see for yourself eventually, like, for real, you telling me that it ain't nothing better out there than what's here? But I see souls leaving and going. Everybody, they gonna say, you know what? Everybody just gotta see for themselves. Because you can't just, that's like me, that's like, you know, trying to give you a good situation. It's like a rich kid that's born in a nice place, but his parents was born in the hood, but his rich but glorifying the hood, and his parents telling him, ain't nothing in the hood, son. You ain't missing none of them streets. We was raised in them streets, and we put you in a good community to get you out of that. But what did a rich boy do? He want to go hang out in the hood while he got to see for himself that the grass ain't greener in them projects. And that's kind of like the souls that's leaving Eden, according to all these stories. They've been told that what's out there is creation. It's the earth realm, and it ain't really nothing you ain't missing nothing. But these kids got to find out for these. You know, life is something everyone got to learn for themselves. And that's what this journey is here. And everybody learn a lesson. You right, ain't shit out there. A bunch of worlds we destroyed. And then all the gods said, we told you, we created a bunch of simulations. We couldn't get them right. So we abandoned them. But we got souls that need to go see those old ruins for themselves, just like in the Planet of the Apes. Humans left the earth, and when they came back to earth, they realized they was on an alternative earth where life had already ended, and at the end of the movie, the Statue of Liberty was buried under the ground. they realized they had time travel. Basically, the Planet of the Apes went over everybody. It was telling you these are worlds we destroyed. You are revisiting the ruins of your ancestors. It'll be like how we take trips to Egypt and take trips to these ancient ruins. The ultimate Hajj from the motherland was us taking trip to these old universes that our ancestors created. It'll be like, you know, a rich kid visiting his great grandfather's abandoned warehouses, and his great grandfather was an oil tycoon or something. He heard about his family history, and he going back, getting the history, going to the old factories. You know, it's kind of like our ancestors created all of these alternate universes, they alternate versions of the self. And that's what these beings are exploring when they leaving Eden in this artwork right here. The work that their fathers made, and they're finding out that that's why there was a journey back home. There was an exodus out, and then there was a calling back. Ain't all of these souls ain't doing that, but a spiritual journey. It'll be no different than me going around the world to a bunch of ancient sites that's destroyed. But this is happening on a big spiritual level too, because on the earth, people are going to all these ancient ruined sites trying to figure out who they are. But on a spiritual level, we going to all these ancient, ruined, abandoned, alternate realities trying to figure out who we are. So as above, so below.
Yes, that was deep, bro. I want to ask you something, man. If you don't mind.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm enjoying this.
Oh
Appreciate
yeah.
y'all.
So oh yeah, I appreciate you, bro. So, with what you just stated about
Oh, hold
leaving
on.
the
I'm
base
sorry.
reality.
I forgot to
Yeah.
show love, man. I gotta do that. Shout out to my brother Slim again for the $50 super chat. And appreciate the love, Keynote, for flat from the start. Appreciate y'all, Slim,
Hey,
everybody.
much love, bro.
But look, one more thing
Yeah.
too. This
Mhm.
is why we break Easter eggs for resurrection, because when this thing open up to release you out the game, and also why the Pokemon game, you know, when they got the Pokemons in the balls, that's you in your little simulation. Also, the genie in a lamp. Also, the Pac-Man game where they gobbling up the ghost in the little ball. Because if you think about it, when this thing open up and you get inside, it looked like Pac-Man just ate you up. So, but this is a game though that we. My bad. Go ahead. You right. You was.
Nah, you good because you just made me conclude on what I was gonna tell, bro, earlier. Like the air, water, and air is like this. If you really look at it, because water made out of air is really the same thing, just water more dense, but it got a bubble on it though. It got its compact on it too. Now you see what I'm saying? How water made air bubbles, make them bubbles in it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's like the
Yeah.
spirit, the
No, that's
water, the
facts.
body, the air, the spirit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, man, I was really listening to what you were saying. I'm like, damn, I gotta call in, man, because this was just on my mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
And
Heck yeah.
damn, man, it was a lot that I wanted to say, but you was going in. But about you know, when you said damn, what was the last thing you said? You said I know you
I
was
was
talking
at
about.
a point where I was saying I think that reality it works like a wave, man, and everything
Yeah. Oh
every
yeah.
has
Thank
the
you, bro.
like,
Thank you. You have me. You reminded me.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so
That's
much, bro.
yeah. That's
So
exactly what he said.
so with the invert, I'm looking at this like an inversion. This is an inversion from the base reality. So they trying to create another inversion because we supposed to be able to make it to our heaven. See what I'm
right,
saying?
right. That
Yeah,
it was so
and they
wrong.
already
Yeah,
trapping us here, so they making another inversion by manipulating the light. Again, they manipulated light to create this. They vibrated the what it say? The vibration and you know what I'm saying? Sound and vibration is how they manipulated light for this inversion, and they using the manipulating the light for the next inversion, which is to trap our souls on computer chips. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Mm-hmm. That's what's going. And the
Yeah.
whole thing. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Yep. No. Go ahead,
If
bro. I want
go
you.
back to that point, like with every sun shift, every star shift, they'll drop propaganda. They'll drop some crazy news to get us away from the change in energy to try to 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 re-alchemize, evilly alchemize that energy to manifest what they want to manifest. And then because not really manifest, but to get us to be okay with it in a sense, to like, oh yeah, it's just nature. Oh yeah, but in a sense, it is like, I don't think they're controlling the reality as much as they say they do. I think they use, it's like a magician, right? He can put himself in the place of like whatever it is. Like I feel like even the, if we go back to ancient stone, right? Romans looking at a lady holding up a baby to the sun, they think that that's a sacrifice, but that's literally connecting the baby to the sun, like how they put the Simba to the kingdom or to the sun or whatever. I think how I remember it, but yeah, like
Hey, can I build with you, bro?
ideas of how we look at reality is very in a physicality way where everything is basically Bluetooth, and we're Bluetooth connected with everything, and everything is a radio basically manifesting whatever, like your belief system is like manifesting, and your everything happening is just reassuring what you're believing in your head or what you want to believe. So like once we become open, all right, we don't know, so what is the truth really? Once we have this mindset, a lot of people are having this mindset. So now we're really starting to see the reality. Okay, there's evil ETs, but there's evil ETs trying to synthesize the mass into cattle, basically to get them into a product, to sell them, to patent them, to patent DNA, to try to patent superpowers. This is where they're trying to lead, and we gotta wake up. We gotta access our light body. We gotta go out. 12 o'clock in the day, sit out in the sun in a meditation and pose, or in a standing pose, and these
Let
types of
me
practice,
ask you a question.
even having hobbies that contribute
Let
to
me
the
ask
life,
you a question, man.
how it really happens, right?
Let me
Because
ask you. Let me ask.
one
Can
more
you hear me?
point, yeah,
Let me ask you a question, right?
go
You
ahead.
do you think that sun gazing gives us spiritual benefits?
I feel like it just makes you more aware,
So
and if you
what
don't
does it
want to
make?
be
What is
aware,
it? No, I'm just asking you. What does it make you more aware of?
what's going on, basically, like if it
So if
basically,
no,
another
I got.
another thing too is
Let
just
me
your
let
belief
me
system
hold on. I'm
too
not trying
about
to
it,
cut you off. I'll let you go a minute. I had
right?
a couple of questions for you, and I know you can go like me. So bear with me here. Trying to get. Don't. It seemed like you trying to elude the questions. Just relax. I got you. You can. I'm gonna let you go. What I was gonna say is, I always ask people, why don't we moon gaze if we sun gaze? If there's balance here, right?
Right. We should
What
move. We
what
should do both.
and then what benefits will moon gazing give me versus sun gazing?
In my perspective, I feel like, think about it this way, right? Red light, blue light. The sun can be red light. The moon is blue light, and it's two wings that have to be converged, conjoined in order to two lights, two spectrums, two lights that nature needs to grow, two wavelengths that nature needs to grow and basically exist. we need those two lights. We need to basically be open to those two lights. Put all your assumptions down, put everything down, and just feel what the moon and the sun wants you to do. Like, everyone has a calling. If we follow our heart, right? Everyone has a calling. If we follow the
I
light,
can
follow
rock
your
with that.
heart, and if you follow your heart, you follow what you love, you follow what feels right with you, because we're all a different part of the whole. Like, if we look at a tree, everyone has a different part to play. Everyone's a different part. The leaves, the roots, the branches, the whole. Everyone's a different part growing the earth. And when we come back to that, us being at a low point now, them trying to re-manifest the planet into breaking out of here, trying to dry up the planet, trying to mineralize the U.S. like they're doing now.
Can I ask
They're
you
working
another
up.
question real
They're
quick?
working up to mineralize different lands to try to get minerals that they need to make weapons. That's why a lot of ETs are flying over nuclear silos, weapons of mass destruction, shutting them down.
What is it,
Because
ET?
also ETs beyond the ice wall, they're coming around,
What
shutting down
what I was asking you what ET
weapons.
mean? What ET mean?
Extraterrestrial,
What does
or just
terrestrial mean? Earth?
beings beyond the ice wall, like the layers.
Well, I
Ice
was gonna
wall.
ask you, um, the beings beyond the ice wall are. Can you explain their identity?
Identity.
Yeah.
I
What would
mean,
they look like?
I couldn't say what they look like, but
You tell
uh,
me any ancient document, because I'm telling you, I'd study ancient stuff, and they didn't speak about no aliens, extraterrestrial. That's some new pseudo stuff that come lately. What the ancestors taught about, and I can pull it up right now.
another.
They,
Let me
yeah,
add on to that point though. I mean, in the 50s, they just cut off the ice walls. Like, if we look in the 50s, a lot of chemicals have just been made. A lot of new foods have just been made. A lot of new health problems have just been happened due to the 50s, due to them cutting the ice wall, due to them having shapeshifter technologies to try to
okay,
hide this
see
realm
this.
from the beings beyond the ice wall, basically. That's and as this technology breaks down, their AI, it breaks down from nature. We're also gonna have, because that's what
Yeah,
Egypt was
so
too.
these
They
these
had they had taller beings beyond the ice wall seeding life again. That's gonna also happen again as nature takes back the planet from dam owners, oil owners, and different things like
That's
that.
not extraterrestrials though,
yeah,
bro.
so the whole thing, I don't know if you're a flat earther or whatever like that,
It
but
was
I I,
it's literally us.
I would
They went beyond the ice wall in the
hold
before they shut it down in the 50s. That's what it is.
hold on a
It's us.
second. Hold on a second.
That's who. That's
Anything
what
we
it is.
say about them going beyond the ice wall is based on what they said, and I ain't really too fond of going on what they said, which is why I said the ancestors said nothing about aliens. The people who want us talking about aliens, they want aliens to be the ones that built the pyramids and all of that. If the aliens went beyond the ice wall, my whole thing is, how did they survive the Taurus field? You extraterrestrial, mean that there are lands beyond that it span out for indefinitely. I'm saying I don't agree with that. I think we're on an infinite plane, but the plane is separated by ethereal boundaries, and you just can't walk into the other Earth beyond this one, or the extra terra, the extraterrestrial. You can't do that because you can't penetrate the ether, the firmament dome. And my whole thing is, they know they can't. There are no beings on the outside of here that can get in, and there are no beings on the inside of here that can get out, other than the sentient beings with souls. That's just what up based on years of research from the ancients. Now, that's very simple.
I don't know if
Facts.
it got cut off before I said it, but I said it's literally us. They were able to see that Rome was evil and it's deceiving us within these walls, within the first layer.
Oh yeah, and you've been going in too, by the way. I
Yeah,
just wanted to give you your props, bro. You seem very knowledgeable. My bad. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. They were able to see the deceivement from the Romans, and they tried to take people, but they were like, oh, it's cool, it's cool. But them like birds, they knew they had to get out of Dodge and had to and would eventually come back. And the prophecy says that there, or a lot of ancient stones say that there will be different there will be lights from every single bloodline that rise up. It's not just going to be one bloodline. There's going to be lights from each bloodline, because we've all been tampered with. Each bloodline is going to have light that rises up and works together to have a coexisting, sustainable system on the planet once again, and to
Because
make
it,
the Earth green
uh-huh.
again. Because that's just how a wave works.
Now,
It goes up,
okay.
it goes down, and we're going to go up again. And we're going to be like a wave, and we're going to experience
Oh yeah.
going back up, coming together in this lifetime.
Oh yeah. Hey, I'm gonna share some with you too. Like the reason I say you're gonna reach a certain point on this earth where you're gonna be confronted by it's a boundary, right? Like here go to your Rubin cosmos. Each one of these little shelves is a earth plane, and if somebody in one of these planes try to go all the way out to the outside, it said that it is basically something stopping them there. It's the end of it ain't forever. But the ripple effect, the macro version is forever. Like this is an infinite ripple effect. The Babel Tower, it go up forever. They call it the Infinity Hotel. We call it the Babel Tower. But when you but the thing about that mean that heaven ain't a final destination. Heaven is just a series of endless reincarnations where you living out your best realities, you know. So that's why I said when the game get good, you don't want it to stop. What happens is they save the best for last. And we don't know that if we endure this thing, it gets better. But check this out, right? A lot of people get attached here. They think this their best life. And that's why they try to live forever in this realm. You know, when I look at this image right here, you can see people holding up each ether. It's almost like some beings that agreed to be the what they call the Arch of the Covenant. These beings here, they the ones holding up these ethereal planes. Though to me, that's saying that the spirit of the dead is the energy that they use to create the matrix for the living, just like Morpheus was telling us. But if you look at the Egyptian, I'm gonna show y'all what's so deep about this Yoruban one. Watch this. Egyptian what is it? Sky wheel with all the people holding it up. Let me show you some. Watch this. It's an Egyptian like sky wheel. Let me just put Egyptian sky wheel. You will see all of these beings holding up the sky in this thing. Let me show y'all something. Here it is. You see all of these beings right here surrounding the wheel, and they holding up the zodiac. They holding up the sky right there. Now, this is another version from what I was showing y'all earlier. Think about what I was showing you earlier with the god El, Saturn. Now, let me in the god El picture, he was holding up the sky wheel, the zodiac. You see here? Here go the god El holding up the sky. And the way you want to take this image and sync it to this image in Egyptian, where they holding up the sky wheel. And you want to think about Atlas holding up the celestial spear, the dung beetle, the scarab beetle in Egypt. And then you compare that to this right here, where all of the beings are surrounding the circle of the earth, holding up the sky wheel. You see how this is a consistent theme in all of this cosmology, y'all? This what syncretism is about, by the way.
Yep. And bro, could I say that when they were saying like the four corners of the earth, they had like a god over fire, a god over air, a god over fire, water, air, earth, at those four corners, just like that Nazi symbol that would be within where they got like L sitting there, like they try to make like it's this one big god in the sky type shit. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Right, right.
Yeah.
Right. For all the different perspective of that one, right? With that one. And that's very true. And they get us separated in order to root out like the Jesus characters and characters in each bloodline, right? That have
Hey, and my bad, brother. Hey, I gotta close out real quick. Unfortunately, I done maxed my time out. I'm supposed to be. My bad, bro. Be on the lookout for the next one though, because we definitely gonna continue it, man. This was a fire bill. But let me get up out of here. I'm over my time. Salutes to y'all, brothers. I appreciate y'all's participation. And
much love, bro.
Forgive me
Peace and
for
power.
doing a cold stop, but yeah, we'll make it up. Peace and power to y'all. Oh yeah, oh man, appreciate it. Hey, thanks again, all channel members, and for all cash apps, for all donations. I really appreciate